It was the kind of summer that made the Appalachian Mountains feel endless, a dense, rolling expanse of green, punctuated by the occasional ribbon of fog. For my friend Tommy and me, it was the perfect escape from the stifling heat and the monotony of our small hometown in eastern Tennessee. We were both recent high school graduates looking for adventure before the responsibilities of adulthood took hold. We had heard stories about the remote trails near Roan Mountain, tales locals whispered about in the diner where we worked part-time, stories about people vanishing, strange lights in the forest, and old abandoned homesteads swallowed by the wilderness. Of course, we didn't take them seriously. Who would? Yet there was a thrill in the unknown, a pull we couldn't resist. We set out early on a Thursday morning, backpacks loaded with food, water, and camping gear. The sun had just begun to peek over the ridges, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the valleys. We drove up a winding road that seemed to rise forever, flanked by trees so dense the sky felt distant. By mid-morning, we parked near the Appalachian trailhead, where a barely visible path disappeared into the forest. The air was crisp, tinged with pine and damp earth. We laughed about ghost stories as we started hiking. We had the sound of our boots crunching leaves, the only noise beside the occasional bird call. The first day passed uneventfully. We found a small clearing near a stream to set up camp, built a fire, and cooked our dinner. The stars were dazzling that night, scattered across the sky like shards of glass. We sat around the fire, talking about our future plans, the usual teenage bravado masking our unease at the absolute darkness surrounding us. But even then, there was a subtle feeling, a tension that neither of us could place. The forest seemed to watch. It was a common sentiment we joked about, attributing it to nerves and the isolation. The next morning, we packed up early, determined to reach a lookout point Tommy had read about in a hiking guide. As we ascended, the trail became narrower, less maintained, and the trees grew so close together it felt like we were walking through a living tunnel. Around noon, we stumbled upon the remnants of an old cabin. Just the stone foundation and a crumbling chimney remained. Curious, we decided to explore. Inside, the floor was littered with debris, broken furniture, rusted tools, and what looked like fragments of old newspapers. Tommy picked up one piece and showed me the faded headline, "Family Vanishes in Roan Forest, Search Continues." I laughed nervously, but a cold knot formed in my stomach. The story was dated 50 years ago, yet here we were in the very place mentioned. We didn't linger long, brushing off the unease and continuing our hike. By late afternoon, clouds began to roll in, thick and gray, turning the sky an ominous shade. We found another clearing to rest, but the air felt heavier, almost suffocating. That's when we noticed it. Footprints. Not our own, and not any we recognized from the trail. They were deep, uneven, and led toward the denser forest. At first, I thought it might be a bear or some large animal, but the prints were bipedal. We exchanged a look, both of us unwilling to voice the thought, yet both knowing the same thing. We were being watched. As evening fell, a sudden storm broke. Rain pelted down, turning the trail to mud and making the forest an indistinguishable blur of dark green and brown. We tried to follow the path back to our starting point, but everything looked different in the storm's chaos. The sound of rain on leaves was deafening, but beneath it we began to hear other sounds, branches snapping as if someone or something was moving deliberately toward us, slow and methodical. Our pace quickened, hearts pounding, adrenaline fueling our desperate search for the trail. But the forest seemed alive in a way that defied reason, the path twisting and looping back on itself until we were disoriented, drenched, and terrified. Night fell fully before we realized we were hopelessly lost. The rain had ceased, leaving an eerie silence broken only by the distant howl of some unknown creature. We found a small, hollowed-out area under a fallen tree to shelter in, shivering, our clothes soaked and bodies exhausted. Neither of us slept. We couldn't. Every rustle of leaves, every whisper of wind through the branches sounded like footsteps approaching, retreating, and approaching again. Hours passed, though time felt meaningless in that oppressive dark. By dawn, our fear had solidified into a grim determination. We had to move, to find a road or another hiker, anything that could get us out. We stumbled forward, following what seemed like a faint trail. Around mid-morning, the forest opened slightly, revealing another cabin, or what was left of one. Unlike the first, this one appeared recently used. Smoke trailed from a small chimney, and a faint smell of cooking drifted through the air. Relief washed over us, but it was short-lived. As we approached, the door creaked open slowly, revealing a figure. A man, ragged, wild-eyed, who beckoned us inside with a crooked finger. Something about him felt wrong, instinct screaming danger, but our exhaustion and fear made caution difficult. We stepped in, and the air inside was warm, filled with the scent of food and something else we couldn't identify. The man spoke little, muttering warnings about the Watchers and the Hollowed Ones, terms we didn't understand, and even if we had, we likely wouldn't have believed him. But then he gestured outside, and we saw movement. Shadows flitting between trees, impossible in their speed and silence. We tried to leave, but he blocked the door, insisting we stay until nightfall. Against our better judgment, we complied, too afraid to argue. As the sun dipped below the ridges, the forest outside came alive in ways that no human should witness. Shapes emerged, barely visible in the dim light, tall, gaunt, humanoid, moving with a fluid, predatory grace. Their faces, if they could be called that, were featureless yet somehow menacing. The man in the cabin whispered that they only came at night, that the forest belonged to them, and that travelers like us were not welcome. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body refused to move. Tommy was equally paralyzed, our shared terror binding us in silence. Night stretched endlessly. The creatures circled the cabin, their presence oppressive and terrifying. Every sound outside, the crack of a branch, the scraping of feet, the low murmur of their voices, made us flinch. The man offered us a place to hide, a small trapdoor leading to a crawl space beneath the cabin. We squeezed into it, suffocating and soaked with sweat, listening to the horrors above. Time lost meaning. Hours passed, or maybe it was minutes. We had no way to tell. Eventually, the forest fell silent again, the creatures retreating as though satisfied or perhaps just patient. When we emerged, dawn had broken, gray and heavy. The man was gone, leaving only a note scratched into a piece of wood. Leave before night comes again. They remember. We didn't need further warning. We packed what we could carry and stumbled down the nearest slope, following the sun as best we could. Eventually, we found a familiar trail that led us back to the trailhead, our clothes ruined, our bodies exhausted, and our minds frayed. We didn't speak of the details much after that, only mentioning we got lost to anyone who asked. But the memory never faded. The way the forest moved, the shadows that weren't shadows, the creatures watching, it stayed with us. Even now, years later, I cannot hear the wind through the trees without remembering the hollow, the oppressive feeling of being hunted. Tommy and I never returned to the mountains together, and we rarely spoke of that summer. But each of us, separately, has caught glimpses in the news, accounts of missing hikers, strange sightings, and unexplainable phenomena in that same region. The locals, when pressed, will offer cryptic warnings. Respect the forest, do not wander at night, and whatever you do, never acknowledge them. We learned that the hard way. The Appalachian Mountains are beautiful, yes, breathtaking in their grandeur, but they are ancient, full of secrets that predate any of us. And some of those secrets are hungry, some are patient, and some remember. Story the end. I was 24 the summer I moved to Avery County, North Carolina, to help my uncle with his property up in the Appalachian Mountains. He owned a cabin about 8 miles off the main road, a weathered place tucked against a slope of thick oak and hickory. My uncle, Henry, was getting old and had stopped coming up as much as he used to. He told me it was quiet, peaceful, and that it would do me good to get away from the noise of Asheville. I believed him. The drive up was beautiful, the kind of quiet stretch where the road winds in on itself, hemmed by walls of trees. By the time I turned onto the dirt road that led to the cabin, I didn't have a signal on my phone. Gravel popped under my tires as the road narrowed to almost a single lane. When I finally saw the cabin, its gray wood almost the same color as the rocks behind it, I felt that strange mix of comfort and isolation. Henry had warned me that there wasn't much around. The closest store was 15 minutes back down the road, and the nearest neighbor, he said, was over yonder past the creek, which could have meant anything. Still, I unloaded my bags, set them on the porch, and stood there for a while, listening. There was nothing but wind, the faint sound of birds, and the low rush of water somewhere in the distance. The first few days were fine. The cabin was simple. A main room with a stone fireplace, a kitchen tucked to the side, and a narrow staircase leading up to a loft with a single bed. There was no TV, just an old radio and a shelf of books that looked like they hadn't been touched in decades. I spent my mornings clearing brush, fixing some of the old railings on the porch, and hiking the trails that wound deeper into the woods. It wasn't until the third night that I started to notice something. I had just turned off the lantern and crawled into bed when I heard what I thought was someone walking in the woods behind the cabin. At first, I told myself it was a deer, maybe a raccoon nosing around. But the sound was too heavy, too deliberate. Footsteps, slow and steady, moving in an arc around the side of the cabin. I held my breath and listened, every nerve in my body straining. Then silence. The next morning, there was nothing to see. No footprints in the soft dirt, no broken branches, nothing out of place. I told myself it had to be an animal and went on with my day. But that night, it happened again. This time, the steps stopped right outside the cabin, just beyond the porch. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, and stared through the open loft window. It was pitch dark, no moonlight, no light pollution, just black. "Hello?" I called out, my voice cracking more than I wanted. No answer. I didn't sleep much that night. The following morning, I drove into town and stopped at a small diner to grab coffee. The waitress, a thin woman with gray hair tied back in a bun, asked me where I was staying. "My uncle's place," I said, "up off Miller Creek Road." She paused, the coffee pot tilting mid-pour. "Up there, huh?" "Yeah? Why?" She shook her head quickly. "Ain't nothing up there but woods. Don't be out after dark, you hear?" I laughed it off, trying to sound casual. "Just some animals, I guess." She didn't laugh. By the end of that week, the noises had grown bolder. Every night, footsteps circled the cabin, slow and patient. I tried shining a flashlight out the window once, but the beam caught only trees and shadows. When I opened the front door, nothing was there. On the seventh night, I found something new. A small pile of stones had been stacked neatly on the edge of the porch. 3 stones, one on top of the other, balanced perfectly. I crouched down, examining them. They weren't there the night before. I told myself it was probably kids, maybe some hikers messing around. But the nearest trailhead was over 2 miles away, and I hadn't seen another soul since I'd arrived. I knocked the stones over and went back inside. That night, I heard whispering. At first, I thought it was the wind threading through the trees, but the sound grew sharper. Words I couldn't understand, soft and low, moving just outside the walls of the cabin. I stayed in bed, frozen, every muscle locked. When the sun rose, I packed my truck. I was ready to leave, but the truck wouldn't start. Not a click, not a cough, just dead silence when I turned the key. I checked the battery, the cables, everything I knew to check, but nothing worked. I called my uncle from the old landline in the cabin. The line rang once, then went dead. By evening, the fear had turned to something heavier, something I couldn't shake. I didn't light the lantern that night. I sat in the dark, clutching a kitchen knife, and waited. Around midnight, the footsteps returned, slower this time. Like whoever, or whatever, it was knew I was listening. They circled the cabin once, twice, and then stopped near the back door. The whispering started again. I wanted to shout, to tell them to go away, but my throat closed up. The whispers grew louder, overlapping, urgent. Then all at once, silence. And then a knock. One sharp knock on the back door. I don't remember falling asleep. When I woke up, the sun was barely cresting the ridge, and there were handprints smeared across the glass of the back door. They were too large to be mine. I spent the day on the porch with my uncle's rifle propped against the railing, scanning the trees for movement. Nothing came close. Nothing made a sound. That night, the knocking came again. Not one knock this time, but 3, spaced evenly apart. I didn't move. The next morning, another pile of stones waited on the porch. This time there were 5 of them, stacked higher, almost mocking. I broke them apart with my boot and shouted into the trees, my voice hoarse. "Leave me the hell alone." No answer. I don't know how many days passed after that. Time stopped meaning much. I barely slept. I kept the rifle with me wherever I went, even inside the cabin. One night I saw something. It was just past 2 in the morning when I caught movement near the tree line. A figure tall and thin standing just beyond the reach of the moonlight. It didn't move, didn't make a sound. I raised the rifle and shouted, "Who are you?" The figure tilted its head, just slightly, like it was studying me. Then it stepped back into the shadows and was gone. I didn't sleep at all that night. By the time my uncle drove up the next day, having gotten worried when I didn't call him back, I was nearly out of my mind. He found me sitting on the porch, the rifle across my lap, eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep. "What the hell's going on, boy?" he asked. I told him everything. The footsteps, the whispers, the stones. He went pale. "You should have left," he muttered, almost to himself. "What do you mean?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he walked to the edge of the porch and scanned the woods like he expected to see something there. "There's things in these mountains," he said finally. "Old things. You don't mess with them, and they don't mess with you, but if you've been hearing them, seeing them, it's too late." I wanted to tell him to stop, that he was scaring me, but his face was deadly serious. "We're leaving," he said, grabbing my arm. "Now." We loaded up the truck with my bags and some of his tools. The engine roared to life like it hadn't been dead for days. As we pulled away, I looked back once and saw, just for a moment, a figure standing on the porch of the cabin. It was tall, too tall, its head tilted at that same impossible angle. I never went back. Even now, years later, when the wind is just right and I hear the low rush of water in the distance, I think of that cabin, of the stones, of the figure that watched me from the edge of the trees. And I know deep down that if I ever set foot on that mountain again, it'll be waiting. Story the end. It started as a simple weekend plan. 3 of us, me, Tyler, and my cousin Chris, decided we'd hike into a stretch of the Appalachian Mountains that hardly anyone touched anymore. Tyler had been talking about it for months, saying there were abandoned logging roads and old cabins buried deep in the woods, places you could only find if you knew the land. Chris, being a guy who loved anything outdoors, was all for it. I didn't have much experience hiking past marked trails, but I figured it would be fun. We left on a Friday morning in late October when the air was sharp with that early bite of winter, but the trees were still dressed in their dying leaves. The drive took us about 3 hours from my hometown in Southern Virginia, winding up through narrow 2-lane roads that cut through rolling hills and valleys. The higher we got, the quieter it seemed to be. Cell service dropped out halfway up, and the last sign of civilization was an old country store with a rusted gas pump out front and a hand-painted sign that read, "Live Bait and Ammo." We parked at the edge of a gravel lot that looked more like an abandoned pull-off than a trailhead. Tyler had been here before, years ago, but even he admitted the path wasn't much of a path anymore. "Don't worry," he said, tightening the straps on his pack. "We just follow the creek for a mile, cut west when we see the split rock, and we're golden." At first, the hike was perfect. The forest was quiet but alive, birds darting through the trees, the distant sound of running water somewhere down the slope. The trail, if you could call it that, narrowed quickly. The ground soft with rotting leaves and patches of moss that clung to the rocks like velvet. We talked and laughed as we walked, shoulders brushing branches that had grown wild in the absence of hikers. After an hour, we found the creek Tyler had mentioned. The water was cold and clear, winding through the valley like a silver ribbon. We followed it for what felt like another hour before spotting the split rock, a massive formation that looked like it had been struck in two by lightning. That was our cue to veer off the creek and head west. There was no visible trail now, just thick woods and the occasional deer path. But Tyler was confident. He said there was a clearing another mile up where we could set up camp. By the time we reached the clearing, the sun was already dipping behind the ridges. The spot was beautiful. I'll give him that. A flat patch of grass surrounded by towering oaks with enough space for our 2 tents and a fire pit we could build from stones scattered nearby. We got the tents up while Chris went to gather firewood, and by the time darkness rolled in, we had a decent blaze crackling and the smell of hot dogs and beans filling the air. It felt good out there, isolated but safe, like the kind of adventure you dream about when you're a kid. That first night, nothing strange happened. We sat by the fire, telling stories and taking turns nursing a bottle of whiskey Tyler had stuffed in his pack. When the cold finally drove us into the tents, I fell asleep to the sound of the creek in the distance and the occasional rustle of leaves as the wind swept through the trees. The second day was when things started to shift. We hiked deeper into the woods that morning, packs lighter without the food we'd eaten, but bodies aching from the first day's trek. Tyler wanted to find one of those old cabins, places, he said, that the loggers abandoned when the industry moved out decades ago. Chris wasn't thrilled about leaving the camp for that long, but Tyler insisted, and I went along because I didn't want to sit around all day. We left the tents standing and followed another deer trail that wound deeper into the hills. By noon, the air felt different. The trees seemed denser, the sunlight dimmer, even though there wasn't a cloud in the sky. The forest was silent, too, eerily so. No birds, no insects, not even the distant hum of the creek we'd been hearing all morning. The quiet pressed in on us until I finally broke it by asking how much farther we had to go. Tyler didn't answer right away. He just stared at the ground, scanning for a sign, and said, "Should be close." We found the cabin maybe an hour later. It was nothing more than a crumbling shell, half swallowed by vines and moss, with a collapsed roof and a door that hung off one hinge. It looked like it had been abandoned for at least 50 years, maybe more. The clearing around it was small but unsettling. Everything dead, the ground choked with gray weeds and patches of bare dirt. No sign of animals, no sound. Chris wouldn't go inside. He stayed at the tree line while Tyler and I stepped over the threshold into the gloom. The inside smelled damp, like rotting wood and something faintly metallic. There were old cans scattered in one corner, rusted through, and the remnants of a wood stove that had collapsed into itself. In the far corner, carved deep into the wall, were markings, scratches that didn't look like letters but more like lines and shapes. I ran my hand over them and felt how deep they went, like someone had taken hours, maybe days, to carve them. "You think that's just some old logger crap?" I asked. Tyler shook his head. "I don't know. Doesn't look like it." We didn't stay long. The longer we were in there, the heavier the air felt, like the cabin itself didn't want us there. When we stepped back into the daylight, I noticed Chris staring into the woods, pale and tense. I asked what was wrong, but he just shook his head and muttered something about feeling like we were being watched. The hike back was quiet. None of us talked much. The forest felt heavier somehow, the silence almost buzzing, and more than once I thought I heard footsteps behind us. Every time I turned, there was nothing there, just endless trees and shadows that seemed to stretch farther than they should have. By the time we got back to camp, the sun was low, and the air had that sharp edge of oncoming frost. We got the fire going fast, none of us wanting to sit in the dark. Chris was jumpy, kept scanning the tree line like he expected someone, or something, to step out of it. Tyler tried to joke about it, but even he couldn't shake the unease that had settled over us. That night, I woke up to the sound of something moving outside the tent. At first, I thought it was just an animal, a deer, or maybe a raccoon. But the steps were too deliberate, too heavy. I held my breath and listened, every muscle tight, as whatever it was circled the camp. I heard it pause near the fire pit, then near the other tent where Chris was sleeping, then finally near mine. The air inside the tent felt suffocating, like I couldn't get enough oxygen, and I swore I heard a faint whisper. Just outside the thin nylon, words too soft to make out. I don't know how long it lasted, but eventually the footsteps faded into the distance, swallowed by the trees. I didn't sleep after that. I just lay there, gripping the handle of my pocket knife and waiting for the sun to rise. In the morning, I didn't tell the others what I'd heard. I didn't have to. The look on Chris's face said enough. He'd heard it too. Tyler tried to write it off, said maybe a black bear had wandered too close to the camp, but none of us believed that. Not really. We packed up to leave that morning, none of us wanting to spend another night up there, but as we started hiking out, the woods felt wrong, like the trees had shifted during the night. The landmarks we remembered were gone, replaced with stretches of forest that looked the same in every direction. The creek we'd followed in, nowhere to be found. The split rock, gone. Gone. It was as if the trail we'd taken had been swallowed up overnight. Panic set in slowly at first, then all at once. Tyler insisted he knew the way, but every path he picked only led us deeper into the woods. The air grew colder as the day went on, shadows lengthening even though it was barely noon. That silence was back, thick and oppressive, pressing in on us until even our footsteps seemed too loud. When the sun dipped below the ridges, we were still lost. We found another clearing, smaller than our first campsite, and built a fire as quickly as we could. No one spoke. The woods felt alive, like something just beyond the tree line was watching, waiting. When I finally drifted into an uneasy sleep, I dreamed of the cabin, of those deep scratches on the wall, and of something moving in the dark, whispering in a language I couldn't understand. I woke to Chris screaming. The fire had burned low, casting just enough light to see him thrashing at the edge of the clearing, his face pale and eyes wild. He kept shouting that something had grabbed him, that something was in the woods. Tyler and I rushed to him, but when we got there was nothing. No tracks, no sign of anyone but us. Just the woods, silent and endless. The rest of the night was a blur of fear and adrenaline. Every snap of a twig, every whisper of wind through the trees had us on edge, clutching whatever we could use as weapons. By morning, Chris wouldn't speak. He just sat by the dying fire, staring into the trees with hollow eyes. We never found the trail out. Not that day, not the next. It was like the forest had swallowed us whole, twisting paths that should have led to safety into endless loops. On the third day, the food was gone, and so was the creek. No water, no direction, just the suffocating weight of the woods pressing in tighter and tighter. I don't know how long we wandered after that. Time blurred. The nights bled into days and the days into nights. Sometimes I swore I saw shapes in the distance, pale figures standing just beyond the trees, watching. Sometimes I thought I heard voices, calling my name, luring me deeper into the darkness. Tyler stopped talking first, then Chris. By the end, it was just me, stumbling through the endless trees, too weak to call out, too afraid to stop. When they found me days later, maybe weeks, I was alone, half dead, dehydrated, and raving about whispers in the woods and a cabin that shouldn't exist. They never found Tyler or Chris. Search teams combed the area for weeks, but there was nothing. No tents, no gear, not even footprints. Just empty forest, silent and unbroken. I don't go into the mountains anymore. I don't even like driving past them. But sometimes late at night, I swear I can still hear it. The soft rustle of footsteps in the dark, circling just out of sight, waiting. Story, the end. The Appalachian Mountains have a way of drawing people in, of making them feel like they've stepped into another world. For some, it's the lure of the dense forests, the mist-laden hollows, and the winding roads that cling to the sides of the mountains like threads. For others, it's something darker, a sense that the land itself has memory, that it remembers every wrong turn, every whispered secret, every footstep that dared cross its paths after dark. My story begins with such a wrong turn. I had always been the type to chase the isolated, to seek out places off the beaten path. A combination of curiosity and stubbornness, I suppose, had drawn me to the Appalachian Trail System for a week-long hiking trip in late October. The colors of the leaves were at their peak, a riot of red, orange, and yellow, and the air had that crisp bite that made every breath feel sharp and alive. I had planned my route meticulously, or at least I thought I had. The first few days went as expected. The trail was beautiful, the streams cold and clear, the squirrels too quick to catch, the air filled with the smell of wet leaves and pine. On the third day, however, I decided to deviate from my planned route. A local I'd met at a small diner had told me about a back trail that not many folks knew about. And despite a small voice in my head warning me to stick to the map, I followed the advice. The trail was narrow, the undergrowth thicker, and the signs sporadic. It wasn't long before I realized I had lost any sense of direction. At first, it was thrilling. I told myself that getting lost was part of the adventure. But as the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting the trees in a deep orange glow that slowly turned to shadow, the thrill began to fade into unease. The wind picked up, rustling the branches in a way that sounded almost like whispers. I shrugged it off as imagination, but I felt eyes on me. Not the distant eyes of deer or the cautious glance of a fox, but something more intent, more human-like. I quickened my pace. Night fell faster than I anticipated. The moon was just a sliver, barely illuminating the trail. I stopped at a clearing to set up camp, trying to convince myself I could manage a night here. I built a fire, the flames flickering violently, shadows dancing in the trees. That's when I heard it. A rhythmic tapping, like someone knocking on hollow wood coming from deeper in the forest. "Hello?" I called, my voice breaking slightly. No answer. The tapping stopped. I told myself it was probably a branch falling, maybe an animal, and settled down near the fire, trying to eat the last of my trail mix. Then the sound came again, closer this time. Not tapping, but scraping. Slow, deliberate, almost as if someone was dragging something across the underbrush. My heart started to race. I grabbed my flashlight and swept it across the darkness. Nothing. I tried to convince myself to sleep, but the noises didn't stop. In fact, they seemed to get closer. Then I thought I saw a figure, a shadowy silhouette moving just beyond the firelight, vanishing whenever I turned fully to look. My mind screamed to pack up and leave, but the thought of stumbling in the dark, unprepared, terrified me even more. Hours passed like this. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. By some strange combination of exhaustion and fear, I eventually drifted into a fitful sleep, only to wake to the sound of whispering right next to me. I bolted upright, swinging my flashlight around. Nothing. My heart pounded so hard I was sure the whole forest could hear it. At dawn, I broke camp and tried to retrace my steps, but everything looked the same. The trees, the mist, the twisted roots that snaked across the trail. I felt completely disoriented. Hours passed. My water supply was dwindling and panic began to settle in. That's when I noticed the footprints. Not animal tracks, but human, barefoot, deep in the mud, and impossibly large. They circled my campsite, leading into the woods and then disappearing. I ran. For hours, I ran through the forest, tripping over roots and rocks, my lungs burning. The sun was setting again, and I realized I had no idea where I was. Hunger and thirst were gnawing at me, but the only thing stronger was fear. The fear that whatever had left those tracks was still following me. Then I saw it, a cabin. Not on my map, not mentioned in any of the guides. It was small, wooden, almost swallowed by the surrounding trees, with smoke rising lazily from a crooked chimney. Desperation pushed me forward. I knocked on the door, but no one answered. The door creaked open under my hand. Inside, it was dark, the air stale. The faint smell of something burned lingered in the air. I stepped inside. That's when I noticed the walls. Carvings. Hundreds of names etched into the wood, some dated decades ago, some recent. I ran my fingers over them, my stomach turning. Among the names scratched into the corner near the floor were my own initials. My hands shook, and I staggered back. The whispering returned, louder this time, all around me, inside my head. I didn't know how long I stayed in that cabin, paralyzed with fear. When I finally turned to leave, the door slammed shut on its own. I tried the windows, but they wouldn't budge. That's when I felt it. The presence behind me. Tall, impossibly thin, with a face obscured by shadow. I froze. Its eyes, or at least what I assumed were eyes, glimmered in the faint light. "You shouldn't be here," it said, voice like dry leaves scraping across stone. I stumbled backward, falling to the floor, my hands clawing at the wooden planks. The figure stepped closer. I scrambled for the door, and somehow, with a final desperate push, it gave way. I ran. The night swallowed me again. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing by a stream to drink the icy water. I slept by the bank, shivering, listening to the sounds of the forest that were no longer just natural. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling, whispers carried on the wind. I woke to the rising sun and the sudden realization that I had no idea where I was, only that I was moving, following the sound of the water downstream. Eventually, I found a logging road. Exhausted, dehydrated, and traumatized, I followed it until I reached a small town at the edge of the mountains. People there looked at me with suspicion and pity. When I tried to tell them about the cabin, the footprints, the shadow, their expressions hardened. "You went where you shouldn't have," an older man told me, his voice low. "Folks go missing in those hollers every year. Some never come back. You were lucky." I asked him about the cabin. He shook his head. "No one knows it. That's not a place for the living." I left the town that day, swearing I would never return to the mountains. But sleep didn't come easy. The whispering, the shadow followed me into dreams. Night after night, I could feel it creeping closer, even when I was hundreds of miles away. Months later, I tried to bury it, to convince myself it was a hallucination brought on by exhaustion. But one morning, a small envelope arrived at my apartment. No return address. Inside was a single photograph. Me, asleep in my tent, taken from just beyond the firelight. On the back, scrawled in the same jagged handwriting as the names in the cabin, were the words, "You shouldn't have left." I moved. Several times. Changed jobs. Changed numbers. Nothing worked. The whispers started in my apartment eventually, faint at first, then louder. Shadows moved in the corners of my vision, and every so often I catch the reflection of a tall figure with an obscured face in my windows, watching, waiting. Some nights I hear tapping on the walls, scraping like something is trying to get in. I've stopped answering the door. I've stopped leaving the house. Food is delivered. Lights are left on constantly. But still, the feeling of being followed never fades. Even now, writing this, I feel eyes on me. I tried to contact someone, a friend, the police, anyone. But when I describe what's happening, people either laugh nervously or look at me like I'm crazy. Even the photograph I tried to show a friend disappeared from my apartment as if it had never existed. I am convinced that the mountains marked me, that whatever I encountered was tethered to me the moment I strayed off that trail. Some nights I hear the whisper again, soft but unmistakable. You shouldn't have left. I no longer go outside. I keep the curtains closed. I avoid mirrors. I don't sleep more than an hour or two at a time, if at all. I see it in the shadows, in reflections, even in the flicker of my laptop screen. The Appalachian Mountains didn't just scare me. They followed me, embedding themselves in my life. If you ever find yourself in those woods, alone and tempted by a path no one else knows, don't. Don't deviate. Don't follow whispers or mysterious trails. Because once the mountains claim you, once the shadow marks you, there is no escaping. No map, no town, no moving will save you. You'll find yourself looking over your shoulder for the rest of your life, seeing shapes and shadows in every corner, hearing whispers in the wind, knowing that something you cannot comprehend is always behind you, always patient. I don't know if this is a curse, a haunting, or some form of madness. Maybe it's all three. But every night, I hear the tapping, the scraping, the whispering. I see the shadow just beyond the edge of vision, and I know deep down that it's only a matter of time before it finds a way in completely. Some nights, I wonder if the people who disappear in the mountains are simply lucky. They never get to see it follow them home. I live in constant vigilance now. Every creak in the floor, every sudden draft, every shadow in the corner feels like it is waiting for me to let my guard down, waiting for me to acknowledge that the mountains never forget. I have learned to never trust the quiet, never trust the dark, never trust the forest that seems to breathe with a life of its own. I have learned that the Appalachian Mountains are not just a place, but a presence. And if you ever hear tapping in the night, know that it may already be too late. Story. The end. It started as a simple plan. A weekend away in the Appalachian Mountains, a chance to disconnect from the city and spend a few days in solitude. I was 29, working a desk job that left me drained, and the idea of escaping the noise, the endless notifications, and the fluorescent lights was irresistible. I found a small cabin for rent in a remote area of the West Virginia Appalachians. The owner promised privacy, wilderness, and no interruptions, exactly what I thought I needed. The drive up was long and winding, the road narrowing as I climbed higher into the mountains. Trees pressed close on both sides, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching across the road. The air changed the higher I went, cooler and scented with wet pine and soil. I'd driven through the Appalachians before, but something about this route felt different. It wasn't just the isolation, it was the silence. There were no birds, no insects, just a constant, heavy quiet that seemed to press in from the sides of the road. When I finally saw the cabin, I realized how isolated it truly was. Perched on a slope, overlooking a narrow valley, it was a simple structure. Wooden walls, a tin roof, and a small porch with a rusted rocking chair. There was no electricity, just a wood stove, lanterns, and a hand pump for water. My car crunched against the gravel driveway, and I felt a thrill of relief and unease at the same time. The first night was peaceful. I lit the wood stove, unpacked my bag, and made a simple dinner. The mountains stretched endlessly beyond the porch, shadows of trees long and dark as the sun sank behind the peaks. I sat in the rocking chair, listening to the wind move through the pines, and told myself I was finally free of the city's constant hum. But the second night, things changed. I was awakened by a noise I couldn't place, a rustling, low and deliberate, somewhere outside. I listened, straining to hear, but the wind had died down. The only sound was the soft snapping of twigs and leaves under some heavy, uneven footsteps. I told myself it was probably a deer or a bear, maybe a raccoon, though the weight of the steps seemed too human. I went outside with my flashlight the next morning to inspect, finding footprints pressed into the damp soil near the cabin. They were small, barefoot, and unnervingly precise. They led from the edge of the tree line toward the cabin, but didn't go past the porch. I felt a chill creep up my spine. Who would be here? Who would wander barefoot into these mountains, let alone near my cabin? I tried to dismiss it. I told myself that people did hike in the area, that maybe some local children were exploring the woods. I even joked aloud to myself that it was my imagination, amplified by the isolation. But when night fell again, the sounds returned. This time it wasn't just footsteps. There were knocks on the cabin walls, slow, methodical, almost as if someone was testing each panel of wood for strength. I held my breath, sitting frozen in the dark, waiting for the noise to stop. It didn't. I eventually fell asleep, but it was a shallow, uneasy sleep, filled with dreams of figures in the trees, watching. I woke several times to the sound of soft breathing just outside the cabin, though when I looked, nothing was there. The following morning, I hiked around the property, trying to convince myself of logical explanations. Maybe it was a trespasser. Maybe it was wild animals behaving strangely. But as I walked, I discovered something else. Crude figures hanging from the trees, bundles of sticks tied with twine, shaped vaguely like humans. They swayed gently in the morning breeze. My stomach turned. I had no one to call. My cousin had warned me that there would be no cell reception, and he wasn't due back for another week. The realization that I was completely alone settled in my chest like a heavy stone. I spent the rest of the day boarding up windows, stacking firewood, and double-checking the locks. The third night was the worst. It started with the footsteps again, circling the cabin, faster this time. Then the knocking. Then whispers, unintelligible but soft, persistent. They came from the direction of the porch, the back door, the windows. At one point, I swore I heard a child's voice, high-pitched, taunting, calling my name. I clutched the flashlight so tightly my knuckles ached. I stayed awake the entire night, rocking in the chair near the stove, listening to the noise ebb and flow outside. The next day, I explored further than I had before, taking note of the terrain and the paths that led into the forest. I came across an abandoned logging site, rusted equipment half sunken into the soil and buildings that had long since rotted into the ground. As I walked through the remnants of the site, I noticed scratch marks on the walls of one structure, deep, jagged, and unsettlingly fresh. There were also footprints, more than one set, bare, human, leading into the dense trees and vanishing. By the fifth day, I was terrified to leave the cabin at all. I stayed inside during daylight, only stepping outside to fetch water or to check the perimeter. The bundles of sticks kept appearing, now tied to the trees surrounding the cabin, each one grotesque in its simplicity. I tried to destroy them, but more appeared overnight. Something was watching, something that had the patience to wait, hidden in the shadows, letting me think I was alone. Night after night, the sounds grew more complex. There were voices now, murmuring near the walls, whispering unintelligible words, sometimes chanting softly. I could hear the scraping of feet on wood, the shifting of branches, even the occasional thump against the cabin like a fist hitting a door. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, couldn't ignore the presence that seemed to press closer with each passing hour. On the seventh night, it reached a peak. The knocking started first, faster, louder, then the whispers, now clear words in a dialect I couldn't place. "Out," they said. "Come out." I felt the air shift, cold fingers brushing my neck and arms, as though unseen hands were moving through the cabin. I ran to the front door, heart pounding, but as soon as I touched the handle, the whispers intensified, and the flashlight flickered. In that moment, I saw them. Bare figures standing just beyond the tree line, watching. They were small, childlike in shape, but their eyes glowed faintly in the darkness, reflecting the weak light from the moon. I panicked and ran to the car, not caring if I left things behind. The drive down the mountain was terrifying. I kept glancing into the rearview mirror, expecting to see those figures on the road following. But the road was empty, the forest silent again. By the time I reached the main highway, dawn was breaking, painting the sky in soft pinks and grays. I didn't stop driving until I reached the first town, exhausted, shaking, unable to speak. I never returned to the cabin. I told myself it was a hallucination, the result of isolation, exhaustion, and fear. But months later, I still dream of those figures, the whispers, the swaying bundles of sticks. I know what I saw. I know they are real. And I know that if I had stayed just one more night, I might not have made it out at all. Sometimes late at night, I think about those mountains and wonder if they're still out there, waiting for someone else foolish enough to seek solitude in the wrong place, listening to the quiet, waiting for the perfect moment to make their presence known. Story the end. I was 22 when I decided to take the summer off from college and work for my cousin, Mason, up in the Appalachians. He owned a small stretch of land in Watauga County, North Carolina, a cluster of old cabins that had been in his family for generations. Mason told me it was the perfect place to disappear for a while, which sounded good to me. Peace, fresh air, and an excuse to get away from the city. I packed my bags, loaded them in my beat-up Jeep, and drove the 18 hours from Raleigh up into the mountains, unaware that those hills held more than just trees and trails. The drive itself was exhausting, the kind where the sun dips behind the peaks, and the roads twist so sharply that your stomach flips with every curve. I rolled into Mason's property around dusk. His main cabin was perched on a ridge overlooking a small creek, the water barely visible between the thick clusters of maple and oak. Mason met me at the end of the dirt driveway, tall, sunburned, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. "You made it," he said, slapping my shoulder. "Good. You'll need your rest. We've got a lot of work to do. These cabins don't maintain themselves." I followed him to the cabin, and as we walked, I noticed how quiet it was. No cars, no distant hum of town life, just the wind through the trees and the faint gurgle of the creek. The cabin itself was rustic, made of aged wood that had darkened with years of rain and snow. Inside, it smelled faintly of wood smoke and mildew. Mason showed me to the loft where I'd be sleeping, a narrow space with a single mattress, a small chest, and a window that looked out over the ridge. It was perfect for someone like me who wanted to feel completely isolated. The first few days were exhausting but uneventful. Mason had me clearing overgrown trails, fixing loose boards on the cabins, and hauling firewood. At night, we'd sit by the fireplace, drink beer, and Mason would tell stories about the mountains, how his family had lived here for generations, how the forests held secrets, how the land sometimes decided who could stay and who couldn't. At first, I thought it was just him being dramatic. Every family has its legends. But there was something in the way he said it, almost like he wasn't joking. I started noticing things on my own by the second week. At night, there were noises, footsteps on the path outside, faint whispers that seemed to drift through the trees. I told myself it was just animals or the wind, but there were nights when the sounds were deliberate, like someone was pacing, circling the cabin. One evening, after a long day of work, I was sitting on the porch with Mason. The sky had darkened, and a storm was rolling in. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and the first raindrops began to fall. "You hear that?" Mason said, his gaze fixed on the tree line. "Hear what?" I asked. "That," he said, pointing to the shadows where the trees were thickest. "Footsteps, someone or something moving. Up here, you learn to recognize it. Not all of them are people." "You mean like animals?" Mason shook his head. "No, not animals. Don't worry, though. They mostly keep to themselves. But if they see you, well, you're on their land now." I didn't sleep much that night. The storm pounded against the cabin, and through the sheets of rain, I could hear the faint crunch of footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling the cabin. At one point, I swore I heard something scratching at the door. I stayed under the covers until dawn, clutching a small hatchet Mason had given me for emergencies. The next morning, Mason found me still in bed. "You didn't hear the calls?" he asked. "What calls?" "Voices. They come at night. The old ones talk to those who wander too far or stay too long. You're fine, mostly. But pay attention. They're patient." I brushed it off, thinking he was just telling me stories to scare the city boy. But the nights kept getting worse. The footsteps became more rhythmic, almost ceremonial. Sometimes I'd hear a whispering voice calling my name, soft and distant, coming from the woods beyond the creek. I started leaving the porch light on and keeping the fireplace burning through the night. One night, I even saw a figure at the edge of the tree line. Tall, thin, hunched slightly, watching me. When I raised the flashlight, it vanished. By the third week, I was exhausted, running on 3 or 4 hours of sleep. Mason had gone down to town for supplies, leaving me alone. That night, the noises escalated. The whispers turned into low, guttural chanting. I grabbed the rifle Mason kept for Bear and stepped onto the porch. The rain had stopped, and the air smelled like wet leaves and earth. I scanned the tree line, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the shadows. That's when I saw them, figures moving slowly between the trees. They weren't human. Their limbs were too long, their heads too narrow. They didn't run, didn't make a sound, just glided or perhaps lurched through the forest, eyes reflecting the flashlight like animal eyes. I stumbled back into the cabin, my heart hammering. I locked the doors and windows, but it felt like they were waiting, just beyond the walls. The chanting continued until I couldn't bear it anymore. I tried to sleep, but every creak of the cabin made me jump. The following morning, the porch was covered with small piles of stones. I didn't recognize it at first, but then I realized they had been stacked intentionally. 3 piles, each made with precision. I knocked them down, but they reappeared the next morning, this time closer to the door. I called Mason, but the phone line was dead. My truck, which had been fine all week, wouldn't start. The isolation hit me like a physical weight. I was trapped. I spent the day exploring the trails, trying to clear my head, but even there, I felt watched. Every time I turned a bend or reached a ridge, I caught glimpses of movement, shadows that vanished when I looked directly. The forest seemed alive in a way I couldn't comprehend, and I started to understand Mason's warnings. That night, I tried to stay awake, sitting by the fire with the rifle across my lap. The whispers started around 10, growing louder, more insistent. I could make out words, or at least sounds that resembled words, calling my name, begging me to come out, or maybe threatening me. It was hard to tell. Then came the pounding. Not on the door, not on the walls, but on the roof. Heavy, rhythmic, like footsteps above me. The cabin's beams groaned under the weight, and I realized they weren't human. They were too large, too heavy. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe. I just sat there, waiting for dawn, the pounding and whispering echoing through the walls. By sunrise, everything stopped. The cabin was quiet, the forest still. I dared to look outside. The piles of stones had multiplied, covering the porch, the steps, even the dirt path leading to the truck. The ground around the cabin was trampled, like 100 people, or things, had passed through. I left that day, driving down the mountain as fast as I could. Mason didn't come with me. He said he'd stay, that the land had claimed him too long ago. I never went back, and I haven't spoken to him since. Sometimes years later, when I drive through the mountains or hear about someone disappearing in the Appalachians, I remember those nights. The whispering, the figures in the trees, the stones stacked with intent, and the knowledge that the mountains are alive in ways that are older than any of us. I don't know what I saw that summer, and I don't want to, but I know the mountains remember, and they wait. And if you wander there alone, they might remember you too. Story, the end. The Appalachian Mountains have always carried a weight of history and stories, whispers that flow with the wind through the hollows and ridges. For me, the mountains had always been a place of escape, a sanctuary from the cluttered streets and endless noise of city life. I grew up hearing tales of strange happenings in those hills, old legends mostly, but I never imagined I'd experience something that would blur the line between myth and reality. I was 26, a writer who thrived on solitude and inspiration from the wilderness. My plan was simple. Spend 2 weeks hiking and camping through the northern Appalachian region, collecting notes for a novel I hoped would finally gain traction. The trail I followed was mapped, maintained, and popular with local hikers. But I was drawn to what lay beyond the beaten paths, to the unmarked trails that promised isolation and a sense of untouched wilderness. It started on the 4th day. I had been following a trail along a ridge when I noticed a narrow footpath veering off into a dense thicket. There was no marker, no indication it was a legitimate trail, but something about the way the trees seemed to bend around the path caught my eye. The air grew noticeably colder as I stepped into the shadowed grove. The wind hushed as if the forest itself had paused to watch me. I ignored the chill and pressed on, telling myself it was the allure of the unknown, the perfect material for my novel. The forest grew thick quickly. Vines and underbrush tugged at my clothing, and the path disappeared entirely in places, leaving only faint impressions of footprints in the mud. I realized I hadn't seen another hiker for hours. The sun had dropped lower, casting long, distorted shadows through the trees. Birds had gone silent, and even the usual rustle of small animals seemed absent. A creeping sense of unease began to settle over me. I found a small clearing and decided to set up camp for the night. The fire I built struggled against the damp air, smoke curling weakly into the twilight. That night, I heard things that made my skin crawl. Distant snapping of branches, low guttural noises, and what I swear was whispering carried on the wind. I tried to rationalize it, animals, the wind, but the whispering had a rhythm, a cadence that sounded almost like speech. I couldn't make out words, but the tone was menacing, deliberate. Sleep was fitful. When I woke in the middle of the night, I saw a figure standing just beyond the firelight. A man, tall and thin, almost skeletal, with clothes tattered and covered in mud. I froze. His eyes, or the darkness where his eyes should have been, seemed to bore into me. Then, as I fumbled for my flashlight, he was gone. My heart pounded, and I convinced myself it was a trick of the shadows, a product of exhaustion and fear. Morning brought a false sense of relief. I packed up and tried to retrace my steps, but the forest seemed altered. The landmarks I had relied on gone or shifted. Panic began to creep in. I realized I had no idea which direction led back to the main trail. Every ridge and hollow looked identical, and the trail had vanished entirely. By mid-afternoon, I came upon an old, abandoned homestead tucked into a narrow valley. The cabin was small and rotting, covered in moss and vines, with a chimney caved in and windows broken. For reasons I can't explain, I felt compelled to approach. The air was heavy with decay, and the smell of damp wood mixed with something metallic, almost like blood. I pushed the door open, and it groaned, echoing through the hollow. Inside, the cabin was empty, except for scratches and carvings along the walls. Names, dates, and symbols were etched deep into the wood. Some were old, others recent. My stomach turned when I noticed a name that resembled mine, carved clumsily near the floor. A shiver ran down my spine. My mind screamed to leave, but curiosity, or perhaps some darker compulsion, kept me inside. I explored further. In the corner of the cabin, I found a trapdoor leading to a cellar. The stairs were narrow, crumbling, and smelled of rot. I hesitated, but eventually descended. At the bottom, the flashlight revealed a room littered with bones. Small, large, human and animal. The walls were covered in more carvings, some depicting scenes that made my stomach twist. Figures moving through the woods, people kneeling, shadowy beings with long limbs. I felt something brush against my shoulder. I spun, flashlight shaking, but there was nothing. Suddenly, the door above slammed shut. I rushed to it, pounding, but it wouldn't budge. Panic overtook me, my breathing ragged. Then I heard the whispering again, unmistakable this time, coming from the shadows around me. You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be here. Hours passed, or maybe minutes, I couldn't tell. I shouted, kicked, and clawed at the door, but nothing worked. Exhaustion and fear combined into a paralyzing fog. I curled up in the corner of the cellar, trying to make myself small, trying to disappear from whatever was watching me. When the door finally opened, I bolted outside without thinking. The sun had set, and the valley was swallowed in darkness. I had no sense of direction. Every step I took seemed to bring me deeper into the forest rather than out of it. I stumbled over roots and rocks, the whispering now all around me, following, circling, mocking. I spent that night moving through the trees, hiding from shadows that I could feel but not always see. Occasionally I glimpsed figures in the distance, tall, thin, moving impossibly quickly through the undergrowth. Their faces were always obscured, and their presence radiated a cold, predatory patience. Hunger and thirst gnawed at me, but the fear of stopping was stronger. On the third night, I found a stream and drank sparingly, knowing it was the only way to survive. I followed it downstream, hoping it would lead to civilization. The forest around me grew denser, darker, almost suffocating. I could hear breathing in the trees, shallow, deliberate, and always just out of sight. Finally, I stumbled upon a logging road, and my relief was immediate. I followed it for miles until I reached a small town at the edge of the mountains. The townspeople were wary, their eyes filled with suspicion and something I couldn't name. Fear, perhaps. When I tried to recount my story, they exchanged glances and murmured warnings I barely understood. "You were lucky," an old man said, his voice low and trembling. "Most who wander those hollers never make it back." I asked him about the cabin, the carvings, the figures, but he only shook his head. "Don't go back. The woods, they don't forget. They don't forgive." I left the mountains that day, promising myself I would never return. But the fear followed me. At night, I hear whispers outside my window, tapping on the walls, shadows moving where they shouldn't. My dreams are filled with the forest, the cabin, and the skeletal figures that watch me from just beyond the edge of my vision. Months later, I received a photograph in the mail with no return address. It showed me asleep in my tent, taken from somewhere just beyond the firelight. On the back, scrawled in jagged, uneven handwriting, were the words, "You shouldn't have left." I moved several times, but it didn't matter. The whispers continue, the shadows linger. The forest, in some inexplicable way, reached beyond the mountains to follow me. I now live in constant vigilance, never alone, never sleeping more than a few hours, always listening. The Appalachian Mountains are not merely a place of natural beauty. They are alive with something older, something patient, something that watches and waits for those who stray. I have learned that the wilderness doesn't forgive mistakes. It doesn't care about maps or plans. It only remembers. And once it remembers you, it will never let you go. Even now, I hear the tapping in the walls, the scraping in the corners, the whispering just beyond comprehension. You shouldn't have left. You shouldn't have left. There is no escaping the mountains once they have claimed you. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to the bone, that one day the whispering will no longer be faint. One day I will no longer hear it from the shadows. I will see it. And when that day comes, there will be nowhere left to run. Some nights, I wonder if the people who vanish in the hollows are lucky. They never get to feel the slow, patient watching, the creeping inevitability of the forest following them home. I am not so lucky. I don't leave my apartment anymore. I keep the curtains closed, the lights on, and the doors locked. But even here, I can feel it, a presence that refuses to let me forget. It waits in the corners of my vision, in the reflections on the walls, in the dark spaces between the light. And every night, the whispers return, closer, clearer, more insistent. You shouldn't have left. You shouldn't have left. I have learned to live in fear because the alternative is unthinkable. The mountains are patient, and they never forget. One day, they will come for me, and when they do, I will be powerless. I can only wait and hope that by acknowledging the terror every day, I delay the inevitable. If you ever find yourself in the Appalachian wilderness, heed this warning. Stray not from the marked paths, ignore no whisper, trust no shadow. Because the forest watches, remembers, and waits, and once it has marked you, it will follow you beyond the hills, beyond the roads, beyond safety. The mountains are alive in ways that defy understanding, and they never forgive trespassers. Even now, I feel the presence creeping closer, the whispers growing louder. It is patient, and it knows me. One day, it will not be content to watch from the edge. One day, it will step fully into my world. And when that happens, there will be no more hiding, no more running, no more nights untouched by fear. I write this as a warning, as a record, as a way to remember who I am before the mountains claim me entirely. The forest waits, the shadows wait, and the whispering never stops. Story, the end. It had been a long drive winding up the narrow, twisting roads of the Appalachian Mountains, the kind of roads that seem to have no beginning or end, lined with dense forests that swallowed any light the late afternoon sun could cast. I'd left Knoxville around mid-morning, telling myself I was going on a simple hiking trip, just a weekend away to clear my head from work and life. The mountains were supposed to be a place of peace, of quiet that reminded you life was more than emails and deadlines. I'd been coming to these parts for years, but this time, something felt off from the very start. The air smelled heavier than usual, damp and earthy in a way that hinted at a storm, though the sky overhead was deceptively clear. I was driving my old truck, the one with the rusty fender and a stubborn brake light that flickered more than it stayed lit. The GPS barely worked up here. The signal kept dropping, leaving me with nothing but the road ahead and the occasional weathered sign pointing toward some hollow or ridge. My destination was a small cabin I'd rented from a local through one of those online sites. You know, the kind that promises authentic Appalachian experience and shows photos that are always a little too perfect. I reached the parking area just as the sun began its slow descent behind the mountains, painting the sky in streaks of orange and deep violet. The cabin itself was exactly what I expected. Wooden, with a steep roof, a chimney that looked like it hadn't been cleaned in decades, and a porch swing that creaked with the wind. I got out, stretching my legs, feeling the change in temperature immediately. The air here was cooler, damp against my skin, and the distant sound of a creek running somewhere below the ridge filled the silence. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. I unpacked my bag, setting the essentials inside: flashlight, water, food, the old camping stove I insisted on bringing, even though the cabin had electricity. The electricity worked, though the lights flickered occasionally, a reminder that I wasn't far from the grid, but not completely connected to it either. After a quick dinner, I settled into the small living room, a space dominated by a large stone fireplace and a sagging couch. I'd brought a few books, but mostly I just stared out the window, letting my eyes trace the tops of the trees as they swayed slightly in the evening breeze. Night fell fast in these mountains. By 9 o'clock, the darkness was almost physical, pressing against the windows like a living thing. I had a small lantern lit, but it did little to push back the shadows that pooled in the corners of the cabin. That's when I first heard it. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a raccoon or a fox, scuttling through the underbrush outside. But then it became clear it wasn't. It was footsteps, slow and deliberate, pacing just outside the cabin. I froze, listening. The sound stopped as suddenly as it had started. My heart began to pound, and I told myself it was probably someone hiking late, or maybe a neighbor checking on the property. But as I strained to hear anything else, I realized the footsteps hadn't moved away. They were still there, circling the cabin. My rational mind scrambled for explanations. Maybe it was an animal walking on a fallen branch. Maybe the wind had knocked over something outside. Still, the sense of being watched gnawed at me. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped onto the porch, sweeping the beam across the dense forest. Nothing. Just trees, the creek far below, and shadows that seemed to move independently of the trees themselves. I called out, "Hello? Anyone there?" My voice sounded absurdly loud in the quiet. No reply. I stayed on the porch for a few more minutes, but the footsteps hadn't returned, and eventually I went back inside, convincing myself it was just my nerves. The next morning, I tried to shake off the feeling from the previous night. I made coffee, looked out the window, and noticed the ground around the cabin was uneven, littered with fallen leaves and rocks. There were no obvious trails nearby, just the forest climbing in every direction. I decided to take a hike, wanting to explore a ridge I'd seen from the road. I packed lightly: water, snack, knife, and my phone, which had no signal at all. The trail started easy enough, a narrow dirt path that wound through thick pines and oaks. Birds called overhead, and I even spotted a deer that darted away at the sound of my boots on the trail. Hours passed, and the trail became steeper, the trees closing in above me. By early afternoon, I reached a small clearing that offered a view of the surrounding mountains. The sunlight here was dim, filtered through a thick canopy. I sat on a rock, drinking water, trying to convince myself everything was normal. That's when I heard the sound again. Footsteps. Slow, heavy, not quite human. I froze, scanning the area. The clearing was empty, and the trail I'd just walked seemed undisturbed. Then I realized something. The sound wasn't coming from behind me or ahead, but from all around me, echoing through the trees. My heart rate spiked, and I picked up my pace, deciding to head back toward the cabin. The hike back was different. The forest seemed alive in a way that made my skin crawl. Every rustle, every snap of a twig sounded like footsteps. The shadows between the trees seemed to shift unnaturally, forming shapes that my mind couldn't quite recognize. And then I saw it. At first, it was just a glimpse, a flash of white moving between the trees. My stomach dropped. I slowed, trying to make sense of it. Another flash, this time closer, and I realized it wasn't just moving, it was following me. I broke into a run, heart hammering, lungs burning. The forest closed in around me, and the trail that had been so clear on the way up seemed to vanish entirely. By the time I stumbled back into the cabin, sweat pouring down my face, I slammed the door and locked it. I leaned against it, trying to catch my breath. Everything outside was quiet again. Too quiet. I could still hear the creek below, the wind in the trees, but no footsteps. I told myself I was imagining things, that my brain was playing tricks after hours alone in the forest. I tried to eat, tried to read, but my mind refused to focus. That night, the footsteps returned. I didn't hear them circling the cabin this time. They were closer, almost at the door. I kept the lantern lit, listened, and waited. Eventually, a scratching sound joined the footsteps, soft, deliberate, like nails against wood. I grabbed a kitchen knife and crept toward the door. The scratching stopped. The footsteps moved away. I didn't sleep much after that. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined shapes moving outside, shadows shifting in impossible ways. I could feel them watching just beyond the edge of the porch light. By the third day, I'd had enough. I packed quickly, leaving most of my things behind, and got into the truck. I didn't care about the dirt roads, the lack of GPS, or the weather. I just needed to leave. As I drove down the winding road, I noticed the sun was low again, the same colors as the day I'd arrived. Then I saw something that made my stomach knot. Across the road in the forest was a figure. A man, or maybe not entirely human, standing perfectly still, watching me. I blinked, and he was gone. I told myself it was a trick of the light, a tree shaped like a person, but the image stuck with me. I reached the nearest town by late afternoon. The streets were empty, the kind of quiet that made me uneasy. I stopped at a gas station, filled up, and asked the clerk about the roads up in the mountains. She frowned. "You mean up past Hollow Ridge? That area's... People say strange things happen there. You okay?" I nodded, trying to sound casual. I didn't mention the footsteps, the figure, the sense of being followed. She wouldn't believe me anyway. Back in Knoxville, I tried to put it behind me, but the memories lingered. That night, I dreamed of the forest, of the cabin, of the figure standing silently in the shadows. I woke up sweating, heart racing, and for a moment, I thought I could hear the scratching at my door. I told myself it was just a dream, but the unease stayed. Weeks later, I returned to the area, not to hike, but to talk to locals. I wanted answers, some logical explanation. What I found was unsettling. Everyone I spoke to had heard stories of the forest, of people disappearing, of strange figures seen in the woods. One old man told me about the Watchers, beings that lingered near old settlements and cabins, silent, patient, always observing. Another mentioned the Hollow Ridge cabin specifically, that it had been abandoned for years before someone started renting it out online. Some said previous renters had left abruptly, unable to explain why. I tried to dismiss it as superstition, folklore, but the weight of the stories pressed down on me. The locals were polite, but there was a caution in their eyes, a silent warning. The mountains were beautiful, but they held secrets, things that didn't belong in the light of day. I realized then that what I had experienced wasn't random. I had wandered into something that existed just beyond the edge of human perception. Months passed, and life went back to normal on the surface. I kept hiking, kept visiting the mountains, but I avoided Hollow Ridge. Yet sometimes, late at night, I hear footsteps outside my apartment, soft and deliberate, circling. I've learned not to look out the window. I've learned that some places leave marks on you, marks that travel with you, following you even when you think you're safe. The Appalachian Mountains are beautiful, yes, but they are alive in ways most people never see. The forest watches, waits, and sometimes it lets you see just enough to know you are not alone. I've gone back to the woods since then, but never to Hollow Ridge. I hear stories from hikers, campers, people who disappear for hours, only to return shaken and silent. They describe footsteps, shadows, the feeling of being watched. I've learned that curiosity has a price in these mountains. The first time I saw him or it, I was lucky. I got away. Not everyone does. Sometimes, when the wind is right, I swear I can hear Hollow Ridge calling. I tell myself to ignore it, but the memory of those footsteps, the scratching at the door, and the figure in the trees never leaves. I've come to accept that some parts of these mountains are not meant to be understood, not meant to be explored. They are reminders that the world is wider, stranger, and far more dangerous than our daily lives suggest. I will never forget the first night, the sound of the footsteps circling the cabin, the way the shadows moved as if they had a life of their own. I will never forget the clearing, the flashes of white, and the unshakable feeling that something was following me. I will never forget the figure across the road, silent, patient, waiting. And I will never return to that cabin, not for any reason, because some doors once opened should never be approached again. Even now, writing this, I feel it. The memory, the unease, a cold knot in my stomach. The Appalachians hold many wonders, but they hold horrors too, and sometimes those horrors follow you long after you leave. The mountains are patient, they remember, and they are always watching. Story the end. The first time I set foot in the Appalachians, I was 24, just a couple of months out of a dead-end job and looking for some kind of purpose. My uncle Jim had been working for a survey company that mapped remote areas for development projects, and when he called me up one evening offering a chance to join his crew for the summer, I jumped on it without thinking twice. The pay wasn't great, but the idea of spending a few months in the mountains sounded like the kind of break I needed. I drove down from Pittsburgh in my beat-up Ford, winding along roads that got narrower and lonelier the deeper I went. The GPS lost its signal 2 hours before I reached the site, and from there, I followed printed directions Jim had mailed me. Every curve of the road seemed to take me further from anything familiar. By the time I reached the camp, dusk was sliding over the ridges, painting everything in this eerie blue light. The camp itself was nothing but a collection of temporary trailers, an equipment shed, and a fire pit someone had ringed with rocks. Jim greeted me with a grin and a bear hug, his flannel shirt smelling like pine and diesel. "You made good time," he said, clapping me on the back. "Welcome to the middle of nowhere. Hope you weren't planning on cell service." I laughed, though something in his eyes, tired, guarded, made me wonder if he was half joking. That first night, we sat around the fire with the rest of the crew. 4 other guys, most of them in their 30s and 40s, men who knew the woods like the back of their hands. They traded stories, some about work, some about the strange things they'd seen deep in the hollers. I thought they were just trying to spook the new guy. But one story stuck with me. There was an older guy named Frank, his face weathered like old leather. He leaned forward, poking the fire with a stick as he spoke. "You hear about the thing out near Old Pine Gap?" he asked, his voice low. A couple of the guys nodded, their expressions tightening. "They say it's an old spirit," Frank continued. "Something older than the towns and the railroads. Hunters have gone missing up there. Sometimes you hear screams at night, way out in the woods. But if you go looking, there's nothing. No tracks, no nothing. Like they just vanish." I chuckled nervously, waiting for the punchline, but none came. The fire popped, sending up a spray of sparks, and the woods around us seemed to press in a little closer. "Don't go wandering off alone," Frank added, meeting my gaze. "Not up here. Not after dark." The next one we were up before sunrise. The air was cold and damp, smelling of wet earth and pine needles. Our job was straightforward. Hike to the assigned grid sections, mark coordinates, take soil samples, and report back. By mid-morning, we were miles from camp, the only sounds the crunch of boots on the trail and the occasional chirp of birds. I loved it at first, the quiet, the sense of isolation, the way the sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, turning everything gold and green. But as the days passed, I started to notice things, little things. Sometimes it felt like the woods were too quiet. No birds, no insects, nothing but the faint whisper of wind through the leaves. Once, while marking a tree, I thought I saw movement, a shadow slipping between the trunks. When I turned, there was nothing. By the second week, I'd gotten used to the routines. Jim paired me with a guy named Kyle, a local with a soft drawl and an easy smile. He knew every ridge and creek by name, and he told me stories as we hiked, about coal miners who died in cave-ins, about moonshiners who'd vanished without a trace, about places where the air itself felt wrong. One afternoon, while we were breaking for lunch by a narrow creek, Kyle got real quiet. "You feel that?" he asked suddenly. I paused, half a sandwich in my hand. "Feel what?" He tilted his head, scanning the tree line. "Listen. No birds, no water, nothing." And he was right. The creek, which had been babbling just moments ago, was dead silent. The woods around us were still, too still. Then, somewhere deeper in the trees, came a sound. Low, almost like a hum, but layered, as if multiple voices were blending together just out of earshot. Kyle stood, his face pale. "Pack up," he whispered. "Now." I didn't argue. We left our lunch and headed back toward the flagged path. Neither of us said a word the entire hike back to camp, but that night around the fire, I caught him staring into the darkness beyond the flames, his jaw tight. "Something wrong?" I asked. He hesitated, then shook his head. "Just don't go out alone, all right?" The days bled together after that. We worked, we ate, we slept, but something was changing. The forest felt heavier, like it was watching us. One morning, a storm rolled in unexpectedly. The radio had called for clear skies, but by noon, thunder was cracking overhead and rain was coming down in sheets. Jim split us up into pairs and told us to hunker down until it passed. Kyle and I found a small overhang near a ridge and settled in to wait. It was then, in the gray mist of the storm, that I saw it. At first, I thought it was just a tree, bent and twisted at an odd angle. But then it moved, slowly, unnaturally. A tall, thin shape, almost human, but not quite, standing between the trees about 50 yards away. "Kyle," I hissed, my throat tight, "do you see that?" He turned, followed my gaze, and froze. "Don't look at it," he whispered. Don't acknowledge it." I couldn't look away. The thing didn't move closer, but I felt it, like a pressure in my chest, like the air had thickened. And then, as quickly as it had appeared, it was gone. Just gone. When we got back to camp that evening, Kyle avoided me. So did Frank. So did the others. That night, I heard whispers outside my trailer. Not voices exactly, but a sound like breath passing through the trees. The next day, one of the crew didn't come back. His name was Rick, a younger guy, maybe 30, with a loud laugh and a habit of singing old country songs while he worked. His partner said Rick had gone ahead to mark a flag and never returned. They searched until dark, but found nothing. Jim called for a full sweep the following morning. We combed the woods for hours, calling Rick's name until our voices were hoarse. There were no tracks, no signs of a struggle, nothing. By evening, the sheriff from the nearest town came up with a couple of deputies. They asked questions, took statements, promised to keep searching. But when they left, their faces were grim, like they already knew what we didn't want to admit. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that shape in the trees, tall and still, just watching. The next few days blurred together. The weather turned strange. Fog rolling in at noon, temperatures dropping without warning, the wind carrying faint voices we couldn't quite make out. One evening, after another fruitless day of searching, Kyle finally broke his silence. "They call it the Watcher," he said quietly, staring into the dying fire. "Old folks used to warn about it, said it don't like strangers in its woods, said if you see it once, you're marked." I swallowed hard. Marked for what? He looked at me, his eyes empty. "For taking." I didn't want to believe him. I told myself there had to be a rational explanation, bears, getting lost accidents, but deep down I knew better. 2 nights later, I woke to the sound of footsteps outside my trailer. Slow, deliberate, crunching in the gravel. I held my breath, listening. The steps stopped right outside my door. Then came the whisper. Soft, almost too soft to hear. My name. I didn't sleep after that. By the end of the month, the job was called off. The company sent word that the survey would be postponed until further notice, and we packed up camp in a hurry. No one said it out loud, but we all knew the truth. Something was out there, and it didn't want us there. I left the mountains the next morning, driving faster than I should have down the winding roads, my rearview mirror fixed on the empty stretch of blacktop behind me. I haven't been back since, but sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet and the wind is just right, I swear I can hear it. That low hum, those layered voices, just out of reach, calling my name. Story the end. The first time I drove through the Blue Ridge stretch of the Appalachian Mountains alone, I remember thinking how quiet it was. Not peaceful quiet, no. This was a different kind of silence, one that pressed into your ears and made you feel like you shouldn't be there. It was early September, humid but crisp in that way mountain air can be, and the sun was starting to sink behind the tree line when my truck rattled over a narrow one-lane bridge deep off Route 19. I had taken a detour, stupidly thinking I'd shave off a few miles heading toward Asheville, but by the time my GPS signal cut out, I realized I was good and lost. The road wound through steep, tree-choked slopes, asphalt barely wide enough for 2 vehicles to pass, and I hadn't seen another car for nearly an hour. On either side, the woods were dense, full of dark green undergrowth and twisting vines. I kept telling myself I'd find my way back to the main highway, but my gut said I'd already made a mistake. Then I saw the sign, hand-painted, nailed crooked to a tree, white paint flaking away. Briar Hollow, 5 miles. I'd never heard of it, and I'd been through these mountains before. Something about the sign looked off. No arrow, no indication of what Briar Hollow was, just the name and that distance. I drove past it, but when the road split half a mile later, with no signage in either direction, I hesitated and reversed until my headlights lit the weathered board again. 5 miles didn't sound so bad. 5 miles to something. The road narrowed even more as I crept along, my tires crunching gravel now instead of asphalt. I kept glancing at my phone, hoping for a bar of service, but the screen stayed stubbornly blank. The sky had darkened quickly, like someone turned down the dimmer switch, and the shadows grew longer until the trees swallowed the last bit of light. My headlights seemed weaker with each turn, barely carving out a path through the mist curling up from the ground. And then, like it had just appeared out of nowhere, the town was there. If you could call it a town. Briar Hollow looked like something out of a forgotten photograph, just a scattering of sagging buildings clustered along a single narrow street, their wood siding bleached gray by decades of weather. The paint had peeled off in curls, windows sat clouded and cracked, and the only light came from an old street lamp at the center of town, its yellow glow weak and sickly. I slowed the truck to a crawl, eyes darting from one side of the road to the other. There was no sound, no cars, no voices, no music. Not even the chirp of night insects, which had been constant in the woods all evening. The only noise was the low hum of my engine and the occasional crunch of gravel under my tires. I spotted a small gas station, if you could call it that. A single rusted pump in front of a squat brick building with a faded sign that simply read, "Fuel." I pulled in, figuring maybe someone inside could give me directions back to the highway. I left the truck running when I stepped out, my boots crunching the gravel. The air felt heavier here, thicker, like the humidity had somehow doubled. "Hello?" I called, stepping toward the door. The glass was grimy, but I could make out shapes inside. Shelves, a counter, something that looked like a rack of snacks that had probably expired years ago. I pushed the door open, and a bell above it chimed weakly, the sound oddly sharp in the stillness. The interior smelled of dust and something sour, like damp wood. "Hello?" I said again. Louder this time. Movement in the corner caught my eye. A man stepped out from behind the counter, and I froze. He was tall but thin, his frame sharp under a threadbare flannel shirt, his skin pale in a way that didn't seem right, like the color had been leached out of him. His hair hung in lank strands around his face, and his eyes, God, his eyes, looked almost cloudy, like he hadn't seen sunlight in years. "Need something?" he asked, his voice a rasp that scraped against the quiet. "Yeah," I said, forcing myself to sound casual. I'm lost. Looking for the fastest way back to Route 19. My GPS cut out." He just stared at me for a moment, unblinking. Then, slowly, he shook his head. "No road back that way," he said. "Not this time of night." Something about the way he said it sent a prickle down my spine. "What do you mean? There's got to be a—" "Road ain't safe," he cut in, his gaze flicking toward the dark trees beyond the window. "Best you stay put till mornin'." I laughed a little, more out of nerves than anything. "Look, I just need directions. I'll be fine." His expression didn't change. "You don't belong out there after dark," he said, and for the first time I noticed the way his hands trembled slightly where they rested on the counter. I swallowed hard, the uneasy weight in my gut growing heavier. "All right," I said slowly. Is there a place to stay around here? A motel or something?" He nodded once, slow and deliberate. "End of the street. Old boarding house. Ask for May." I thanked him, though my voice sounded hollow in my own ears, and backed out of the store. The boarding house sat at the very edge of the town, a 2-story Victorian that might have been beautiful once, but now leaned tiredly to one side, its paint cracked and faded, porch steps warped and splintered. A dim light glowed in one of the downstairs windows, the only sign of life. I hesitated before knocking, my knuckles hovering just above the wood. The thought crossed my mind that I should just keep driving, push through until I found my way back to a main road, but something about the woods pressed in on me, like they were holding their breath, waiting. The door opened before I could knock. A woman stood there, maybe in her 60s, her gray hair pulled back tight, her face pale and lined. She looked at me with sharp, assessing eyes, then stepped aside without a word to let me in. Inside, the house smelled of cedar and something floral, like dried lavender. The furniture was old but clean, and the light from a single oil lamp cast the room in warm, flickering shadows. "You got caught out," she said, her voice soft but firm. I blinked at her. "I guess so. My GPS died. I just need to wait till morning to get directions." She studied me for a moment longer, then nodded. "I'll make up a room for you." I tried to make small talk while she led me up the narrow staircase, but she didn't answer my questions. Not when I asked how long she'd lived here, not when I asked about the town. The room she gave me was small but tidy, with a narrow bed, a single chair, and a window that looked out over the street below. The lamp on the nightstand flickered as she set it down. "Lock the door," she said quietly, her eyes sharp. "And don't look outside, no matter what you hear." My stomach dropped. "Why?" She was gone before I could finish, the soft creak of her footsteps fading down the hall. That night, I lay awake on the bed, staring at the ceiling. The house was silent except for the occasional groan of the wood settling. But then, somewhere outside, I heard it. A low hum, like someone whispering a melody just out of earshot. It grew louder, closer, threading through the night air, and then I heard footsteps on the gravel street below. Slow, deliberate steps, dragging just slightly, like whoever or whatever was walking wasn't in any hurry. I stayed still, every muscle locked, and then, against every bit of common sense I had, I turned my head toward the window. The lamp flickered. And in that moment of dim light, I saw them. Figures, tall and thin, their faces obscured by the dark, moving slowly down the center of the street. Their heads tilted at unnatural angles, their arms hanging limply at their sides. One of them stopped directly in front of the boarding house, its face lifting toward my window. Its eyes, clouded and pale, just like the man in the gas station, locked onto mine. I slammed the curtains shut, my heart hammering so hard I thought it would burst, and pressed my back against the wall, too terrified to breathe. The humming grew louder, then stopped. And in the silence that followed, something tapped. Once, twice, against my window glass. I didn't sleep that night. When the sun finally crept over the ridge, pale and cold, the street was empty again. But when I went downstairs, ready to leave, May was waiting in the kitchen. She didn't smile. "They know you now," she said quietly. "Once they see you, they don't forget." I didn't ask what she meant. I didn't want to know. I just got in my truck, didn't look back, and drove until I found the highway again. But even now, when I drive through the Appalachians, I swear I can hear that humming somewhere in the trees, faint but steady, like it's following me, waiting for me to get lost again. Story, the end. The first time I drove into the Appalachian Mountains, I wasn't looking for trouble. I wasn't looking for anything at all, really, just a quiet week to myself. Life in the city had been getting unbearable. The constant noise, the pressure of work, the way the air itself seemed heavy. My therapist told me to take time away from everything, so I found a little cabin rental on the edge of a hollow in western North Carolina. The listing promised peace and quiet, no cell reception, and miles of hiking trails. It sounded perfect. The drive up was longer than I expected. The winding roads had no guardrails in some parts, and I kept catching glimpses of sheer drops just feet away from the tires. I stopped at a small gas station near the base of the mountain, the kind with faded signage and a single pump that looked like it hadn't been replaced since the 90s. Inside, the air smelled faintly of motor oil and tobacco. The man behind the counter was older, maybe in his 70s, wearing a John Deere hat with a sweat-stained brim. He watched me fill a styrofoam cup with coffee before finally speaking. "You headed up the ridge?" His voice was rough, like gravel. I nodded. "Yeah, I got a cabin up near Cold Pine Hollow." I pulled out my phone to check the confirmation email, but of course there was no signal. He frowned at the mention of the hollow. You new around here, ain't ya?" "Just for a week," I said, trying to sound casual. He took his time ringing me up, like he was trying to decide if I deserved the full truth or not. "Best be careful up there," he said finally. "Lot of old things in those woods. Don't wander too far after dark." I laughed nervously. "Bears, right?" He didn't laugh. "Yeah," he said slowly. "Bears, among other things." The way he said it sent a chill through me, though I brushed it off. Locals always had their little ghost stories to spook tourists. By the time I made it to the cabin, the sun had already started dipping behind the mountains. The place was as advertised, small but cozy, a single room with a kitchenette, a bed, and a fireplace. The wood siding was weathered, but the porch had a decent view of the tree line below. The silence out there was thick, almost physical. No cars, no voices, just the occasional chirp of something deep in the trees. I spent the first night just settling in. I cooked some pasta, opened a beer, and sat on the porch while the stars came out. Out here, the sky didn't have the washed-out gray of the city. It was jet black, littered with thousands of points of light. It was peaceful, almost enough to make me forget about the gas station man's warning. The second day, I went hiking. There were old trails marked with faded orange ribbons tied around branches, winding deep into the woods. The air was cooler there, damp with the smell of moss and decaying leaves. At first, it was beautiful, just me, the trees, and the sound of my boots crunching against the forest floor. But as I climbed higher, the forest changed. The trees grew closer together, their branches twisting in strange, almost human shapes. Every now and then I thought I heard something moving just beyond sight, a crack of a branch, the rustle of leaves. I told myself it was just squirrels or deer. Still, when I came across what looked like the remains of an old campsite, charred wood, a half-buried boot, and a rusted lantern, I felt an unease I couldn't quite shake. By the time I made it back to the cabin, the sun was gone and the woods had gone quiet in that strange way they do right before night truly settles in. It was the third night when things started to get strange. I was sitting by the fire, reading a dog-eared novel I'd brought, when I heard it. Faint at first, almost like wind whistling through the trees. Then louder, singing. A woman's voice, soft and low, carrying an old melody I didn't recognize. It wasn't coming from the cabin, no. It was outside, somewhere down the slope, weaving between the trees. At first, I thought maybe there was another cabin nearby, maybe a neighbor playing music. But when I stepped out onto the porch, the sound didn't have that tinny, artificial echo. It was live, raw, and haunting. I called out, my voice sounding too loud against the stillness. The singing stopped. I stood there for what felt like a full minute, staring into the darkness, before I finally went back inside and locked the door. I told myself it was just some local hiker passing through. Nothing weird about that. The next morning, I went into town to stock up on some groceries and asked the girl at the general store if there were many other cabins nearby. She gave me a confused look and shook her head. "Not for miles," she said. When I told her about the singing, her face went pale. She didn't say much after that, just rang up my items and muttered, "Stay in after dark," as I left. By the fourth night, sleep had started to feel impossible. I kept hearing things, branches snapping, faint footsteps circling the cabin, whispers that seemed to rise and fall with the wind. I stayed up with the lights on, a mug of lukewarm coffee in my hand, straining to hear anything beyond the hum of the refrigerator. At around 2 a.m., the singing came again. Louder this time. I froze. It was the same melody, the same soft, eerie voice, but closer now, just beyond the tree line. And then, just as suddenly as it began, it stopped. Something moved in the shadows beyond the porch. Not an animal. Too tall, too steady. I locked the door again and sat with my back to it until dawn. By the fifth day, I was jumpy, exhausted, ready to pack up and leave. But when I tried to start my car, the engine wouldn't turn over. It made a sick grinding noise, then died. I called the rental company on the landline phone mounted in the cabin, but the line was dead. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I just sat by the window, staring out at the woods, waiting for something I couldn't name. Around midnight, I saw it. A figure, pale and thin, standing between the trees at the edge of the clearing. I couldn't make out a face, but the shape was unmistakably human. It didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there, watching. I don't know how long it stayed, minutes, maybe hours, but by the time the first gray light of dawn touched the mountains, it was gone. I grabbed my backpack, some food, and started walking down the road the next morning. I didn't care about the car or the cabin or the deposit. I just needed to get out. The road wound down the mountain, twisting through dense woods. For a while, I thought I was making good time, but then I started noticing something strange. Landmarks I'd already passed, the same broken fence post, the same hollow tree with the twisted roots. I was walking in circles. By the time the sun started to set, I was still on that road, my legs aching, my breath coming in ragged gasps, and then I heard it again, the singing. Closer this time. I ran. I don't remember much after that, just the sound of branches snapping behind me, that melody threading through the trees, and the overwhelming sense that something was right at my back. When I finally stumbled out onto the gravel road that led to the gas station, the old man from before was standing there like he'd been waiting for me. He didn't ask where I'd been or what I'd seen. He just looked at me with those hard, tired eyes and said, "Told you not to wander after dark." I left the mountains that night, my car towed out the next morning. I don't talk about it much. People wouldn't believe me anyway. But sometimes late at night when the city goes quiet and I'm alone in my apartment, I think I hear it again, that low, soft singing, just beyond the edge of hearing. And I know deep down that whatever followed me out of those woods isn't done with me yet. Story the end. The first time I went up into the Appalachian Mountains alone, I told myself I wasn't scared. I grew up in Boone, North Carolina, and the mountains were as familiar to me as the lines on my palm. Summers were spent fishing in cold creeks, hiking to overlooks tourists never found, and listening to my grandfather tell stories about things that don't like to be bothered deep in the hollers. Most people laugh them off as old mountain tales, stories to keep kids from wandering too far, but I never laughed. Even when I was a teenager, there was something about the way the forest went quiet at night that made my stomach tighten. It was early October when I decided to hike the old McCreary Trail alone. I'd been out there a handful of times with friends, but never by myself. I wanted to take photos to maybe camp overnight and get some early morning shots of the valley below before the sun burned away the fog. My mom tried to talk me out of it, saying the weather had been strange up in the high country, storms rolling in without warning, but I brushed it off. I was 25, not a kid anymore, and I'd been in the woods my whole life. I started up the trail around 3 in the afternoon, later than I'd planned. The sky was a pale gray, clouds moving fast overhead like they had somewhere to be. The first couple of miles were easy. The leaves had just started to turn, and the ground was littered with patches of yellow and burnt orange. My backpack felt heavy, but it was a comfortable weight. Tent, sleeping bag, a small hatchet, and my old Canon DSLR wrapped in a sweatshirt. Around mile 4, the trail narrowed. The trees grew closer together, thick laurel and pine twisting so tight that the sunlight barely reached the forest floor. I stopped once, thinking I heard someone whistling down the hill, but it stopped the second I did. The air felt different there, heavier, like I'd stepped through an invisible curtain. By the time I reached the clearing where I planned to camp, the sun was already dipping behind the ridge. I set up quickly, staking my tent near the tree line, and started a small fire. There wasn't much wood nearby, just damp branches and a few dry sticks I found under a dead oak. As the flames caught, I pulled out my camera and snapped a few shots of the mountains in the distance. The fog was already creeping in from the valley, curling through the trees like smoke. It wasn't until after dark that the quiet hit me. Out there, the forest is never truly silent. Even in the dead of winter, you can hear the wind or a distant creak or the chirp of a night bird. But that night, there was nothing. No crickets. No owls. Just the steady crackle of my fire and the pounding of my own heartbeat in my ears. I tried to shake it off. I told myself I was just tired from the hike, that I was letting my imagination get the best of me. I cooked some beans over the fire and scrolled through the photos I'd taken on my camera. A few of them came out better than I expected, the kind of shots I knew would get a lot of attention online. I lingered on one of the last pictures I'd taken before dark. At first, I thought there was something wrong with the lens, a blur on the left side of the frame. But when I zoomed in, I saw what looked like the faint outline of a figure standing between the trees. It was distant, so far in the background it could have been a trick of the light, but something about the shape of it made my stomach drop. Broad shoulders, a narrow face, and what looked like 2 pale, hollow eyes staring straight at the camera. I shut the camera off and told myself it was nothing. Maybe a hiker heading back down the trail or a trick of the fog. The fire had burned low, and I tossed a couple of damp branches on it, watching as they hissed and smoked. That's when I heard it, the whistling again. It was soft, almost delicate, drifting through the trees like a lullaby. I froze, every muscle in my body locked tight. My granddad used to tell me about a thing in the woods that whistled like a man, luring folks deeper into the holler until they were too far gone to find their way back. I never believed him. Not really, but in that moment I could hear his voice clear as day telling me, if you hear whistling where there ain't no people, boy, you best not answer back. The sound faded as quickly as it came, leaving only the crackle of the fire and the faint rustle of leaves high up in the trees. I sat there for a long time, my back stiff, staring into the dark, but nothing moved. Eventually I crawled into my tent, zipped the flap tight, and tried to convince myself I'd imagined it. Sleep didn't come easy. Every little sound, the snap of a branch, the shift of the wind, jolted me awake. Sometime around 3 a.m, I woke up to the sound of footsteps circling my tent. Slow, deliberate, crunching on the leaves like someone trying not to be heard. My throat went dry. I didn't have a gun with me, just the hatchet, and my hand closed around it like a lifeline. The steps stopped right by my head, so close that I could feel the vibrations through the ground. Then came the whistle again, low and drawn out like someone testing a note. I held my breath until my lungs burned, praying it would go away. After what felt like forever, the footsteps moved off, fading into the trees until there was nothing but silence. I didn't sleep after that. As soon as the first light started to bleed through the trees, I packed up my gear and started back down the trail. The forest felt wrong in the daylight, too quiet, like it was holding its breath. About 2 miles from the trailhead, I saw it, a set of footprints in the mud, bare feet, long and narrow with deep impressions like whatever made them was heavier than they should have been. They followed the trail for a while, then veered off into the woods, disappearing into the undergrowth. I didn't stop to look. I just kept walking, faster and faster, until I broke out of the trees and saw my truck parked at the edge of the gravel lot. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely get the key in the ignition. I didn't talk about it for a long time. Not until a few weeks later, when I stopped by the general store, and old man McCreary, who owned most of the land up there, asked if I'd been hiking near his property. When I told him I had, his face went pale. He didn't say much, just that I ought not to go back there alone, that some places up in those mountains ain't meant for folks to be wandering. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear that whistle in my head, soft and distant, like it's calling me back. Story the end. I was 22 the summer I moved into that weather-beaten cabin near the edge of the Blue Ridge, just a few miles outside of a town called Bent Creek. It wasn't even on most maps. You had to know where to turn off the cracked 2-lane highway down a rutted dirt road that twisted through the woods until the trees closed in so tight you couldn't see the sky anymore. I'd been looking for quiet, someplace cheap and isolated where I could write and save some money before grad school. And when the ad popped up for a rental at $400 a month, furnished, utilities included, it felt like a sign. The man who handed me the key, an older guy named Paul with hands like knotted rope and a way of talking that made you lean in to catch his words, told me only 2 things. Don't drink from the creek. And, after a long pause, stay inside when the wind comes down the ridge. I laughed, thought it was some mountain superstition, the kind of thing old folks in small towns said to make outsiders feel uneasy. He didn't laugh with me. The cabin sat in a clearing maybe 100 yards off the old road, surrounded by pine and birch and a tangle of kudzu that looked like it had been trying to swallow the place for decades. It was simple. 1 bedroom, a front porch, a cast iron stove, and a single dusty bookshelf full of dog-eared paperbacks that smelled like mildew. It should have felt peaceful, but from the first night, something about it felt off. I remember lying in bed listening to the forest. It wasn't the kind of quiet I'd expected. It was too quiet. No frogs, no crickets, no cicadas singing in the dark, just a thick, heavy stillness that pressed against the windows like fog. Every now and then a branch would snap somewhere far off, sharp enough to make me sit up, straining to hear footsteps that never came closer. By the 3rd night, the wind came. It started as a low whistle through the trees, then rose into this mournful, almost human sound, winding down the ridge like it was alive. The cabin groaned with every gust. Something, maybe a branch, maybe not, scraped across the roof. I stayed in bed, telling myself it was nothing, just mountain weather. But then, just past midnight, I heard it. 3 slow, deliberate knocks on the front porch. I froze. There was no car in the drive, no other houses for miles, and whoever it was, whatever it was, didn't knock again. They just stayed there, silent, on the other side of the door until the wind died out around dawn. The next morning, I told myself I'd imagined it. Maybe it had been a branch, maybe the cabin settling. But when I stepped outside with my coffee, I saw prints in the dirt leading up the porch steps. Bare feet. Long, narrow, almost childlike, but too long to be a child's. They stopped at the front door and didn't lead away. I thought about driving back into town, maybe staying at the little roadside inn for a few nights, but I'd signed a lease and didn't want to look like some city kid spooked by the woods. So I stayed. That evening, I met my nearest neighbor, if you could call him that. A wiry man named Henry, who lived about a mile deeper into the trees. He was maybe in his late 60s, with a face tanned and lined from years outdoors and eyes that didn't quite meet yours when you talked to him. He showed up unannounced, walking out of the tree line just as the sun was going down, and asked if I'd been hearing things. I hesitated, then told him about the knocking. His mouth tightened like he'd been expecting it. "You lock your door?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "Don't matter," he muttered, looking past me toward the ridge. "Just stay inside when the wind's up, and don't follow it if it calls your name." I wanted to ask what the hell he meant, but before I could, he tipped his cap, turned, and disappeared back into the trees, moving faster than a man his age should have been able to. That night, I dreamed of voices, whispering, low and urgent, just outside the cabin walls. When I woke up, my mouth tasted like metal, and the air smelled faintly of wet earth, like the creek after a storm. Over the next week, the noises got worse. Some nights it was the knocking again, always 3 knocks, slow and steady, like a heartbeat. Other nights, it was footsteps circling the cabin, stopping just below the bedroom window. Once, when I finally got the courage to peek through the blinds, there was nothing but trees and shadow. But I swear I felt something looking back. The worst was the 4th night of the wind. I'd been reading by lantern light. The power had flickered out an hour earlier, when I heard my name, clear as day, carried on the wind. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but then it came again, closer this time. Eli. Drawn out, almost sing-song. I gripped the edge of the table, every hair on my arms standing on end. Then the voice shifted, deeper now, almost guttural, like something that didn't quite know how to form words. "Come out." I killed the lantern and sat in the dark, heart pounding so hard I thought it would crack my ribs. Whatever it was circled the cabin for what felt like hours, dragging something heavy through the leaves, stopping now and then to scrape along the walls. By the time dawn broke, my throat was raw from breathing so quietly. I tried to leave the next morning. Packed my clothes, shoved my notebooks in my duffel, and threw everything into the back of my car. But when I turned the key, the engine just coughed and died. I tried again and again until the battery drained, but it wouldn't start. My phone, which had been getting 1 bar of service if I stood on the porch, showed no signal, no matter where I held it. That's when I noticed the trees. They looked closer. Not by much, but enough that the clearing felt smaller, tighter, like the forest was inching inward. By the 5th night, I'd stopped sleeping. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of leaves outside had me gripping the kitchen knife I'd started carrying around. I thought about walking down the road toward town, but some part of me, some deep primal instinct, told me I wouldn't make it. Henry came by again just before sunset, silent as ever until he stepped onto the porch. His face was pale, drawn, like he'd been sick. "They know you're here," he said without preamble. "Shouldn't have come alone." "What's out there?" I demanded. He just shook his head. "Ain't no name for it. They were here before us, before anyone. Some folks call them the Ridge Walkers. Don't look at them. Don't answer when they talk to you, and whatever you do, don't leave a light burning after midnight." Then he left, and I didn't see him again. The last night, the wind started early. I'd boarded up the windows with what I had, old planks from the shed, nailed haphazardly, and sat in the dark with the knife, waiting. The wind howled like an animal, rattling the walls. Then the knocking started, harder this time, shaking the door on its hinges. Eli. Voices, dozens of them now, some high and lilting, others deep and ragged. They spoke in unison, a sound like a chorus of broken glass. "Open the door. We'll let you go. Open the door." I pressed myself into the far corner, eyes squeezed shut. Something heavy slammed against the wall, hard enough to rattle the cabinets. Then, as sudden as it started, everything went still. I don't remember falling asleep, but when I woke, the cabin was quiet. Too quiet. The boards over the windows were gone. The front door was wide open, swinging gently on its hinges, and in the yard, in the soft dirt, were prints. Bare feet, dozens of them, circling the cabin, leading into the woods, and one set, longer, heavier, leading up to the threshold, stopping just where the light from the morning sun spilled across the floorboards. I left everything behind, walked down the road until I found service, until I flagged down a truck heading into town. I didn't look back, not once, even when I thought I heard footsteps pacing me in the trees. I never went back for my car. Story the end. The first time I drove through the Blue Ridge stretch of the Appalachian Mountains, I thought it was the most peaceful place I'd ever seen. The trees rolled endlessly, mist clinging to their tops like they were exhaling secrets, and there was this quiet that seemed untouched by the noise of the rest of the world. My uncle, who lived in a cabin somewhere near the Tennessee-North Carolina line, had always told me stories about the place when I was a kid. He'd talk about black bears lumbering across dirt roads at dawn, about the old families who'd been up there since before the Civil War, and about things he wouldn't name. Things that lived in the woods and didn't bother you unless you bothered them. I didn't really believe any of that. Not until the summer of 2016, when my cousin Tyler invited me up to help him fix up the family cabin. It had been my late uncle's place, and since his death, it sat abandoned, swallowed by the forest. Tyler said he planned to flip it into a vacation rental for hikers and weekend campers. I didn't have anything better to do that summer, and I figured a few weeks of mountain air might clear my head. The road to the cabin was rough, a winding, narrow path that climbed into the hills until the asphalt gave way to dirt. My phone had lost service a good hour earlier, leaving me with nothing but the sound of gravel under my tires and the occasional rustle of something big moving through the trees. It was late afternoon by the time I saw Tyler standing out front, a baseball cap shading his freckled face. He grinned and waved me over, looking almost too happy to see someone. "Man, I was starting to think you got lost," he said as I climbed out of the car. "GPS died a while back," I told him. "Place is out in the middle of nowhere, huh?" "That's the point," he said, clapping me on the back. "No neighbors, no noise, just us and the woods. You'll see, it's quiet here in a way you don't get anywhere else." The cabin was old but sturdy. 2 floors, wood siding faded to a gray that blended in with the trees. The windows were dusty, and vines had started creeping up one side, but the porch looked solid enough. Tyler had already cleared a path to the door and dragged a few supplies inside. We spent the first few hours cleaning, sweeping out cobwebs, and making sure the place was still livable. There was no electricity yet, but the propane stove worked, and we had plenty of lanterns. By the time night fell, the woods had gone quiet in a way that didn't feel natural. I noticed it while we sat on the porch, drinking cheap beer and watching the sky turn from pink to purple to black. No insects, no birds, no wind stirring the leaves. Just silence, heavy and thick. "Is it always this dead at night?" I asked. Tyler paused mid-sip. "Sometimes. Depends. They say the woods settle when something's moving through." "Something like what?" He shrugged, his expression unreadable in the dim lantern light. "Could be a bear, could be something else." I laughed it off, but I didn't sleep well that night. Every creak of the cabin sounded like a footstep on the porch, every groan of the old wood like something shifting just outside the window. When dawn finally broke, I stepped out onto the porch and found fresh prints in the dirt. Not human. Not exactly animal either. They were long, with 4 distinct toes and a narrow heel, almost like a barefoot child's, but larger. Tyler stared at them for a long moment when I showed him. "Probably just a black bear with a weird gait," he said, but I could tell he didn't believe it. The next few days passed in a kind of uneasy rhythm. We worked during the day, patching the roof, clearing fallen branches, and hauling junk out of the storage shed. At night, the woods would grow unnervingly still, and sometimes we'd hear things. A low whistle threading through the trees, The crunch of footsteps just beyond the lantern light, the faint sound of something tapping against the walls. On the fifth night, I woke to the sound of Tyler whispering my name. "Hey," he said from the doorway of the small guest room I was using. "Come outside." Quietly. I followed him out, barefoot, the boards of the porch cold under my feet. He didn't say a word, just pointed toward the tree line. At first, I didn't see anything. Then, between the trees, something moved. It wasn't an animal, at least not any animal I knew. It was tall, too tall, and pale, its skin almost glowing against the dark backdrop of the woods. It stood there, perfectly still, like it was waiting for us to notice it. The moment my eyes locked on it, it turned and slipped deeper into the forest, silent as a shadow. "What the hell was that?" I whispered. Tyler's jaw tightened. "Don't look at it too long," he said. "They don't like it when you look too long." "What are you talking about? What is they?" He shook his head. "Old stories. My dad used to say there's things in these woods older than people, older than everything. Just don't mess with it. Don't talk to it. Don't follow it." I wanted to argue, but there was something in his voice, this quiet fear that made me bite my tongue. After that night, things got worse. We'd find small piles of stones on the porch each morning, arranged in neat little stacks that neither of us had touched. The tools we left outside would be moved, sometimes deep into the trees. And then there were the voices, soft, almost conversational, drifting through the woods after sunset. It came to a head about 2 weeks in. Tyler had gone down the mountain for supplies, leaving me alone at the cabin. I spent the afternoon working on the porch railing, trying not to think about the feeling of being watched. By dusk, a heavy fog had rolled in, thick and damp, swallowing the trees. I was inside, lighting the lanterns, when I heard the knock. 3 sharp raps against the front door. I froze. No one ever came up this far, and Tyler wasn't supposed to be back until morning. The knock came again, louder this time, followed by a voice. "Can you help me?" It sounded like a woman, soft and trembling. I don't know why, but every hair on my body stood on end. I didn't answer. I didn't move. "Please," the voice said again, closer now, just outside the door. "I'm lost. I need help." The doorknob rattled, slow at first, then harder until the whole door shook against the frame. I backed away, heart pounding, and grabbed the old rifle Tyler kept by the window. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. Silence. I didn't sleep that night. Not really. I sat in the corner of the room with the rifle in my lap, staring at the door until the first light of morning cut through the fog. When Tyler came back, I told him everything. He didn't laugh. He didn't tell me I was imagining things. He just got real quiet and said, "They're not people. Whatever you hear, whatever you think you see, don't let it inside. Don't talk to it." By then, I was ready to leave, but Tyler begged me to stay one more night. Said we'd finish up early and drive down together in the morning. Against my better judgment, I agreed. That night, the quiet came back, heavier than before. Around midnight, I heard it again, the whistle, low and sharp, threading through the trees. Then the footsteps, circling the cabin, slow and deliberate. Tyler was already awake, standing by the window with the rifle. He didn't move when he whispered, "Don't open your eyes if you hear them on the porch. Don't even breathe loud." We stayed like that, frozen, as the footsteps creaked across the boards, stopping just outside my door. The handle turned, slow, testing, before letting go. Then, a voice, not a woman this time, but a man, deep and familiar. "Come outside, Tyler. Just for a second. We need to talk." My stomach dropped. It sounded exactly like our uncle, the one who died 2 years ago. Tyler didn't answer. He didn't even look at me. We just sat there, holding our breath until the voice faded and the woods went quiet again. By dawn, we were gone. We didn't pack, didn't clean, didn't look back. Just loaded up the truck and barreled down the mountain, neither of us saying a word until we hit the main road and my phone buzzed back to life. I never went back. Sometimes, though, I dream about that place. I dream about the fog and the silence, about the pale thing standing in the tree line, watching, waiting. And every now and then when the world gets too quiet, I swear I can hear that whistle low and sharp calling me back. Story the end. The summer I turned 24, I took a job running surveys for a geological study deep in the Appalachian Mountains of western North Carolina. The work wasn't anything glamorous, hiking into remote areas, recording mineral samples, marking down coordinates, but it paid decently, And more importantly, it let me escape the suffocating routine of my office job back in Charlotte. I'd grown up in Raleigh, spent most of my life in the flat sprawl of the Piedmont, and the thought of weeks out in untouched wilderness sounded almost like freedom. At first, it was exactly that. I stayed in an old ranger's cabin provided by the Park Service, the kind that creaked in the wind and smelled faintly of cedar and damp stone. The nearest town was nearly 45 minutes down a narrow, winding road, and the last 15 of those minutes were dirt and gravel so rough it made my teeth rattle. No cell service past mile marker 17, no internet except the slow, unreliable satellite unit in the cabin, and no neighbors in sight. Just the long ridges rolling out in every direction, covered in thick green, and the constant hum of cicadas echoing through the evenings. The first 2 weeks passed without anything strange. I'd wake up early, load my gear, hike to the coordinates on my schedule, take my samples, and be back before sunset to cook something simple, usually beans and rice or pasta, and maybe read before bed. It wasn't until the third week that things started to feel off. I had a section of grid to cover further east that took me beyond my usual trails into older, rougher paths that looked like they hadn't been used in decades. I had the park maps, of course, but there were sections that weren't entirely accurate. The rangers told me as much when I picked up the keys to the cabin. "Old maps out here lie to you," one of them had said, a grizzled man named Harvey who looked like he'd been part of the mountains since the land rose up. "Places change, roads vanish, sometimes new ones show up. Just pay attention to where you are and don't wander off the trails if you don't know where they go." That day, I did just that. Wandered. It was hot, the air thick enough that sweat stuck to the back of my neck before noon. I had marked 2 survey sites before lunch and was cutting through a narrow hollow to get to the third when I spotted a narrow footpath leading off the main trail. It was barely visible, a faint depression through the underbrush, but someone had been walking it recently. The leaves were disturbed, the ground tamped down in a way that caught my eye. I stopped and looked around, expecting maybe another surveyor or one of the locals' hunters I'd occasionally seen along the main ridge. But there was no one. Curiosity got the better of me. I followed the path, careful to mark my position with ribbons of survey tape so I wouldn't get turned around. It wound downhill deeper into the hollow, then rose again toward the next ridge. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. Not just the usual dampening of sound under the canopy, but a stillness that felt unnatural. No birds, no bugs, just the crunch of my boots and my own breathing. About a quarter mile in, I came to a clearing. It wasn't much, maybe 20 feet across, a circle of bare earth where nothing grew. The trees around it leaned slightly inward, like they'd been pushed by years of wind coming from some unseen direction. And in the center of the clearing was a single stone. It wasn't large, maybe the height of my knee, but it was too smooth, too perfectly rounded to have just ended up there by chance. Someone had carved into it too, deep lines worn almost smooth by weather and time. I crouched to look closer, brushing away a layer of moss, and saw what looked like symbols. Not letters, not anything I recognized, but lines and spirals that curled into each other, etched deep into the rock. Something about that clearing made me uneasy. I took a few photos with my phone, even though I knew there was no service, and decided to mark the location on my GPS for later. As I turned to leave, I heard it. A branch breaking. Not the casual snap of a squirrel or deer, but something deliberate, heavy. I froze, scanning the tree line. The sun was still high, light filtering in through the leaves, and for a second I thought I saw something move, a flicker of pale gray between the trees, just far enough that I couldn't make out any detail. "Hello?" I called, my voice tight. No answer. I waited, listening, but whatever I thought I'd seen didn't make another sound. After a moment, I told myself it was nothing, a deer, a shadow, my imagination, and started back up the path, faster this time. When I got back to the main trail, the forest noise returned all at once, like someone had flipped a switch. Cicadas buzzed, birds called, and I felt my shoulders loosen without realizing they'd been tense. That night, back at the cabin, I looked over the photos I'd taken. The carvings were clearer than I remembered, sharp lines that almost seemed deliberate, like they'd been refreshed not too long ago. I thought about sending them to one of the park rangers, but something about it felt personal, like I shouldn't share it. Instead, I shut my phone off and went to bed. I woke up around 3 a.m. to something tapping against the cabin window. At first, I thought it was the wind. The cabin had these old, thin panes that rattled even in a light breeze. But then the tapping came again, steady, 3 sharp knocks. I lay there, heart pounding, telling myself it was a branch or maybe an animal brushing against the siding. The cabin was on a raised foundation. Raccoons and even black bears sometimes came sniffing around. But then I heard it again. Knock, knock, knock. This time, slower. I stayed frozen, barely breathing, until the sound stopped. It was silent after that, except for the soft creak of the wood as the mountain air cooled. The next morning, there were no tracks in the dirt outside the cabin. No branches near the window. Nothing. I told myself I'd imagined it. The next few days, I stuck to the mapped trails. I didn't go near that hollow again, though I thought about it constantly. At night, I'd dream about the clearing, about standing in the center of that ring of dead earth, with something just out of sight, circling me. By the 5th night, the knocking came back. This time, not at the window, but at the door. 3 slow knocks, the sound echoing through the little cabin like a drumbeat. I didn't move. I just sat there on the edge of my bed, staring at the door, listening. Knock. Silence. Knock. Silence. Knock. Then nothing. The next morning, I found a strip of survey tape tied to one of the porch posts, knotted tight. The same kind of tape I'd used to mark my path into that hollow. I didn't touch it. I thought about packing up and leaving, but the roads down the mountain were rough, and my contract wasn't up yet. I told myself I was overreacting, that it was some local messing with me. That night, I barricaded the door with a chair and stayed up until dawn, listening to the woods hum. On the 7th night, I woke up not to knocking, but to the sound of something moving inside the cabin. The creak of the floorboards. Slow, deliberate footsteps crossing the living room. I stayed frozen in bed, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst, until the sound stopped right outside my bedroom door. Then, a whisper. Low, almost unintelligible, but close enough that it raised every hair on my arms. I don't remember falling asleep, but when I woke, the cabin was empty and the front door was wide open. I left that morning, packed everything into the truck, and drove until I hit pavement, then until I hit the nearest gas station. I didn't look back. 2 weeks later, one of the rangers called me. "Surveys canceled," Harvey said, his voice low. "Some hiker went missing near where you were working. Don't come back up here, not alone." I didn't ask for details. I didn't want to know. I still dream about that clearing sometimes, about those carvings, about the thing in the trees watching me. And when I wake up, I swear I can still hear the knocking. Story the end. The first time I set foot in the Appalachian Mountains, I was 19, young, and stupid enough to think I knew everything about the world. My cousin Danny had been living out in a small town in eastern Kentucky for a few years, working odd jobs and doing a little hunting when he could. When he invited me down for the summer, promising good hiking, cold beer, and time away from the chaos of the city, I packed up my backpack and drove the 7 hours south without thinking twice. The roads wound tighter the deeper I went, curling through valleys and climbing steep grades until the only sound was the hum of my tires and the steady drone of cicadas outside the open windows. My GPS lost signal somewhere after the last gas station, but Danny had given me directions scribbled on the back of a grocery receipt. By the time I rolled into town, dusk had started to creep in. It wasn't much of a town, just a single strip of road with a post office, a diner, and a few old houses sagging with time. Danny was waiting for me outside the diner, leaning against his pickup with a grin that told me nothing in these hills had ever made him hurry. "Thought you got lost," he said, tossing my backpack into the bed of the truck. "These roads will do that to you if you don't know them. Folks say the mountain likes to keep strangers wandering." I laughed it off, even though something about the way he said it made the hair on my arms prickle. That night, we drove 20 minutes up a narrow dirt road to his cabin, a squat wooden place tucked between 2 ridges. There was no cell service, no Wi-Fi, just the endless chorus of crickets and frogs outside. It was quiet in a way that made you notice every creak of the trees, every rustle of leaves. Danny handed me a beer, and we sat on the porch, staring out at the dark line of the forest. "Gotta warn you," he said after a while, his voice dropping just a little. You stay out of the deep woods after dark, you hear? There's places up there that don't want you walking through them. Places that don't belong to us. I smirked, assuming it was just some local superstition or a way to mess with the city kid. What, like bears? Coyotes? His eyes didn't flinch from the tree line. Not bears. The next few days were perfect. We hiked during the day, fished in a cold creek that twisted like a silver ribbon through the woods, and drank cheap beer by the fire at night. But there were moments, quiet, fleeting, when the forest felt different. One afternoon, while hiking a narrow trail that ran along a ridge, I stopped to take in the view. Below us, the valley stretched for miles, rolling hills blanketed in green. Then I noticed it. The silence. No birds, no insects, just the sound of my own breathing. "Danny," I called, my voice carrying too loud in the stillness. He stopped and turned, his expression sharp. "We're heading back," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. On the hike down, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. I didn't see anything, just shadows dancing in the dense undergrowth, but the hair on the back of my neck wouldn't settle. That night, as we sat by the fire, I asked him about it. "Ever feel like you're being watched up there?" I asked, half joking. Danny's gaze stayed fixed on the flames. "Because you are," he said simply. I tried to laugh, but the sound came out thin. "By what?" He didn't answer. The next morning, we planned to hike deeper into the mountains, a place Danny said hardly anyone went. He loaded up the truck with gear, flashlights, rope, a couple of rifles, and when I asked why we needed all that just for a hike, he just said better to have it and not need it. We started early, the sun barely peeking over the ridge, and hiked for hours. The trail narrowed, winding through thick pines and patches of fog that clung low to the ground. Around noon, we stopped by an old logging road to eat. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, a shape between the trees, tall and thin, not moving, not quite human. I blinked, and it was gone. "Danny," I said slowly, "did you see—" "Don't," he interrupted sharply, his voice cutting through the stillness like a blade. "Don't talk about it. Not out here." The rest of the hike passed in tense silence. The deeper we went, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew closer together, their branches tangled like skeletal fingers, and the air felt heavy, thick, like it was pressing down on us. By the time we decided to turn back, the light was fading. The trail, which had been clear on the way in, now seemed unfamiliar. We walked faster, trying to shake the feeling that something was following us, just out of sight. At one point, I heard it, a low hum, almost like distant singing, weaving through the trees. "Danny," I whispered, my voice trembling. He didn't answer. He just gripped his rifle tighter and kept walking. We made it back to the truck just as the last light drained from the sky. I didn't look back, but I felt it, the weight of eyes watching us from the darkness of the tree line. That night, sleep didn't come easy. Every creak of the cabin, every whisper of wind against the windows made me jump. Sometime past midnight, I woke to footsteps on the porch. Slow, deliberate. I froze, holding my breath, and listened as they moved across the wooden boards. Then, soft as a whisper, my name. I shot upright in bed, my heart pounding. Danny was already awake, sitting in a chair by the window with his rifle across his lap. He didn't look at me, just kept his eyes on the tree line outside. "Don't open the door," he said, his voice flat and cold. "No matter what you hear, don't answer. Don't speak." We sat there until dawn, neither of us moving, the silence broken only by the occasional scrape of something across the porch boards. When the sun finally rose, Danny looked at me with eyes that were older, harder than I'd ever seen. "You don't talk about it," he said. "Not to anyone. Not unless you want it following you home." I left the next morning, my hands gripping the wheel so tight they hurt as I drove down that winding mountain road. The deeper I got into civilization, the more the feeling of being watched faded, but it never went away completely. It's been 7 years since that summer, but even now, in the middle of the city, I still wake up some nights to the sound of footsteps outside my door. Slow, deliberate, and soft as a whisper, my name. Story, the end. It started with a trip that should have been simple. Just me, my old Chevy, and a weekend in the mountains to clear my head. I'd been working 60-hour weeks at the garage in Knoxville, and when my buddy Brandon offered to let me borrow his family's cabin, tucked up in the Appalachians, I jumped at it. He scribbled down directions on the back of a napkin, a mess of turnoffs and landmarks that sounded more like riddles than instructions, but he swore it was easy to find. "You'll love it, man," he said. "No neighbors, no noise. Just you and the mountains. Maybe some deer. Hell, maybe even a bear if you're lucky." It was mid-October when I headed out, a kind of crisp fall day where the trees looked like they were on fire, reds, oranges, yellows so bright they didn't seem real. The drive was beautiful, winding through back roads that narrowed until they were barely wide enough for a single car. But the deeper I got, the less sure I was about where I was going. The handwritten notes didn't quite match the roads, and my phone had long since lost service. Still, I figured I'd find the cabin eventually. These mountains weren't endless. Around dusk, I finally spotted what I thought was the last turn, a rusted-out mailbox with the number 117 barely legible through the peeling paint, just like Brandon said. The gravel road it marked was steep and overgrown, branches scraping the sides of my truck as I inched down it. The sun had dipped low enough that the trees cast long, spidery shadows across the path, and by the time I finally saw the cabin, the light was nearly gone. It sat in a little clearing, the mountains rising up like walls all around it. The place looked rougher than I expected. Wood siding, weathered gray, porch sagging, and a single window boarded up. There was an old rocking chair on the porch, crede, unmoving despite the breeze, and a faint smell of damp earth and pine hung heavy in the air. I parked and killed the engine, and just like that, the silence hit me. It wasn't like being in the country, where you still hear crickets or wind through the grass. This was complete silence, the kind that makes your ears ring. I grabbed my bag, unlocked the front door, and stepped inside. The interior was simple but clean. One room with a wood stove, a small table, and a narrow staircase leading up to a loft. There were no lights except a few old oil lamps scattered around, so I lit one and set it on the table, its glow flickering against the rough wood walls. I spent the evening settling in, cooking a quick meal on the stove and drinking a couple of beers while I sat on the porch, listening for anything in the woods. Nothing. No animals, no insects, no distant hum of traffic. Just stillness. It wasn't until I went to bed that I noticed the sound. At first, I thought it was the wind. Soft, almost like a low whistle threading through the trees, but the longer I listened, the less it sounded like the wind. It had a pattern to it, a kind of rise and fall that reminded me of humming, faint but steady. I told myself it was nothing, just my imagination, maybe some bird I didn't recognize. I pulled the blanket tighter and forced myself to sleep. The next morning, I woke early to a pale gray light bleeding through the curtains. I made coffee on the stove and stepped out onto the porch, still expecting to hear some sign of life. A squirrel, a bird, anything, nothing. The woods felt wrong. That's the only way I can describe it, like they were watching me. I shook it off and decided to take a hike. Brandon had told me there was a stream about a mile downhill where the trout practically jumped into your hands. I grabbed my pack, a bottle of water, and my hunting knife, more out of habit than necessity, and started down the barely there trail leading from the clearing. The deeper I went, the stranger it felt. The trees grew denser, the canopy overhead swallowing what little light there was, and the ground was soft, almost spongy under my boots. Every so often I thought I heard something, a branch snapping, leaves crunching. But when I turned, there was nothing. Then I found the tree. It was massive, easily the oldest thing in those woods, its bark split and twisted like it had been struck by lightning long ago. At its base, the ground dipped into a shallow depression, and scattered across the dirt were bones, not animal bones. These were too long, too thin. Human. I froze, staring at the mess of pale, weathered remains. My breath caught in my throat. There were at least a dozen of them, maybe more, half buried in the dark soil, some broken, some still whole. A rusted hunting knife lay nearby, its blade pitted and dull. My first thought was to turn back, just get out of there, pack my things, and leave. But something stopped me. The air felt heavy, pressing against my chest, and that humming, I could hear it again, faint but closer now, threading through the trees like it was circling me. I stumbled backward, my boot catching on a root, and nearly fell before I forced myself to run. I didn't stop until I burst out of the tree line and into the clearing, chest heaving, sweat cold on my skin. I packed up my bag, ready to leave, But when I got into the truck and turned the key, the engine sputtered and died. I tried again. Nothing. Not even a click. The battery was fine, the tank full, but it wouldn't start. I told myself I'd wait until morning, hike down to where I knew the main road was, and flag someone down for help. That night, the humming was louder. I sat in the dark cabin, every lamp blown out like they'd all gone dead at the same time, clutching my knife and staring at the door. The sound moved through the trees, circling the clearing, low and steady. Then, just after midnight, I heard the first footstep. Not an animal, not the shuffle of leaves in the wind. A footstep. Then another. Slow, deliberate, coming closer. I held my breath as something brushed against the side of the cabin, the boards groaning under the weight. Then the humming stopped, and for a long moment there was nothing. And then 3 sharp knocks on the door. I didn't answer. Couldn't. My body was frozen, heart pounding so hard I thought it would explode. The knocks came again, harder this time. Then silence. I stayed that way until dawn, knife clutched tight, staring at the door. When the first light broke through the trees, I stepped outside, my hands shaking. There were footprints in the dirt, bare footprints, long, narrow, with toes that seemed too sharp, like claws had dug into the soil. I left everything behind, my bag, my food, my tools, and ran. Down the road, through the trees, until I found the main highway. I must have looked insane, flagging down a passing truck, but the old man driving didn't say a word. Just looked at me with something like pity in his eyes and drove me to the nearest gas station. When I called Brandon later, trying to explain what had happened, he was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "You went down the old road, didn't you?" "What the hell does that mean?" I asked. Another pause. "There's a reason my family stopped going up there," he said. "Those woods, they're not right. People go missing. Always have. You're lucky you got out." I never went back for my truck. Sometimes, late at night, I think I hear that humming again, faint, almost drowned out by the noise of the city, like it followed me out of those mountains and is just waiting, patient as ever, for me to come back. Story the end. I first went to the Appalachian Mountains in the summer of 2016. I was 26, burned out from working double shifts at a warehouse outside of Charlotte, and desperate for a change of scenery. My buddy Travis had been talking for months about how we needed to get off the grid for a bit, so when he suggested renting an old family cabin up in the Blue Ridge, I didn't think twice. He told me his great-uncle had built the place back in the 60s, that it had no internet, no cable, and barely any cell service. That sounded perfect to me. It took us almost 5 hours to get there, driving along winding mountain roads that seemed to stretch forever, twisting through thick walls of pine and hemlock. The last stretch was a single-lane gravel road, with hairpin curves that forced me to crawl along at 10 miles an hour. When we finally pulled up to the cabin, it was nearly dark. The cabin was small but solid, a squat wooden thing with a wide porch and a sagging tin roof. It sat on the edge of a hollow, surrounded on all sides by trees so dense they swallowed most of the evening light. The air smelled sharp and clean, like rain and pine needles. Travis hopped out of the truck, grinning like a kid. "Man, this is it," he said, spreading his arms. "No neighbors, no noise, nothing but us and the woods." Inside, the place was about what you'd expect. Like one big room with a wood stove, a tiny kitchen off to the side, and a narrow staircase leading up to a loft with 2 beds. The electricity worked, but there was no signal, just like he said. I didn't mind. I'd been craving quiet. That first night was peaceful. We sat on the porch with a couple of beers, listening to the crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. By 10, the woods had gone so still it was almost unsettling, but the sky was so clear you could see every star. I remember thinking I hadn't felt that calm in years. The next morning, we hiked one of the trails that wound up behind the cabin. The air was cool and damp, the forest floor soft with old leaves and moss. Travis knew the area well. He pointed out a creek where his dad used to fish and an old hunting blind that had half collapsed. We didn't see another person the entire hike, just a few deer darting through the underbrush and a hawk circling overhead. Around noon, we stumbled onto something strange. It was a small clearing, maybe 50 feet off the trail, where the trees seemed to thin unnaturally, like something had pressed them back. In the center was a ring of stones, half buried in the dirt and overgrown with weeds. "What is that?" I asked. Travis shrugged. Probably an old fire ring. Folks used to camp all over these hills. But the stones didn't look like they'd ever been part of a campfire. They were smooth and round, each one about the size of a melon, and they'd been arranged in a perfect circle. Something about it made my stomach twist, but I didn't say anything. That night, I woke to a sound outside. At first, I thought it was an animal, something rooting around near the porch. But then I heard it again. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, moving through the gravel just beyond the front door. I froze, listening. Travis was snoring softly in the loft, completely unaware. I told myself it was nothing, that just a deer or maybe a raccoon, but the steps were too heavy, too steady. They moved past the porch, through the leaves, and then stopped. I didn't sleep much after that. The next day I tried to tell Travis what I'd heard, but he just laughed. "You're just not used to how quiet it is out here," he said. "Every little sound feels louder. Trust me, nothing's out here but us and a few critters." But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been out there watching. On the third day, we hiked deeper into the woods, following a game trail that twisted down into a narrow ravine. The deeper we went, the quieter the forest got, until the only sounds were the crunch of our boots and our breathing. Around mid-afternoon, we found another clearing, bigger this time, with more of those stone circles. At least a dozen of them, all perfectly round, spaced evenly apart like someone had planned it. "What the hell?" Travis muttered, crouching to brush leaves off one of the stones. "I've been up here 100 times and never seen this." There were old branches piled in the center of some of the circles, but no signs of recent fires. No ashes, no soot. Just dry wood stacked neatly, almost ritualistically. I wanted to leave, but Travis kept walking around, taking pictures with his phone even though there was no service to send them. I didn't like the way the shadows seemed to stretch in that place, or the way the trees seemed to lean inward like they were listening. We left after maybe 15 minutes, but the woods felt different after that. Heavier, like the air itself had thickened. That night, the footsteps came back, louder this time, crunching along the gravel around the cabin. I sat in the dark, clutching the old hunting knife Travis had found in a drawer, listening as something moved slowly, deliberately, circling the cabin. At one point, I thought I heard humming, low and soft like a lullaby. My skin crawled. When I finally worked up the nerve to peek out the window, there was nothing there, just the empty yard and the tree line beyond. I didn't tell Travis about the humming. On the fourth day, I woke up to find small piles of stones on the porch. 3 piles, each one stacked carefully, the rocks smooth and round like the ones in the clearings. Travis swore it was just some prank, maybe some local kids messing with us, but we hadn't seen another person since we got there. We decided to hike out early that day, just to clear our heads. But when we reached the trailhead, something felt wrong. The trees looked different. The landmarks weren't where they were supposed to be. At one point, we passed the same fallen log 3 times, even though we swore we were heading in a straight line. By late afternoon, we finally found the cabin again, but both of us were rattled. We didn't leave the porch that night. It was close to midnight when we heard it. Singing. A woman's voice, distant but clear, carrying through the trees. The melody was slow, almost mournful, and the words didn't sound like English. Travis and I locked eyes, neither of us wanting to say what we were both thinking. The singing grew louder, closer, until it sounded like it was just beyond the clearing. Then it stopped. A branch snapped in the woods. Then another. We killed the lights and sat in the dark, listening as something, or someone, moved around out there. Hours later, when the first light of dawn seeped into the hollow, the woods went silent again. We left that morning, packed up our gear, loaded the truck, and didn't look back. As we drove down the gravel road, I glanced back once and swore I saw someone standing at the edge of the tree line, just a pale shape between the shadows, watching us leave. Travis won't talk about that trip anymore. If I bring it up, he changes the subject or leaves the room. But sometimes late at night, when the world goes quiet, I think about that humming. I hear it in the back of my mind, low and steady, like it's waiting for me to remember the words. And deep down, I think whatever was in those woods knows my name now. Story the end. I was 24 the summer I moved to the Appalachian Mountains. I didn't really plan it, not in the way you plan for a job or a move across the country. It just sort of happened. My cousin Derek had been living in a little town called Pine Hollow for a couple of years, doing odd construction jobs and hunting in the off season. And when I got laid off from the plant back home, he told me to come up and stay in the spare room of the trailer he rented until I figured things out. Pine Hollow wasn't much of a town. One gas station, a diner that doubled as a bar after sunset, a hardware store that only opened when the owner felt like it, and a faded sign near the edge of town that read Population 611. The place sat low in a valley, surrounded by dense woods and rolling hills that stretched on forever. It felt like you could walk for days and never reach the edge of anything. The first week was quiet. Derek worked long hours on a roofing job, and I spent my days wandering the trails behind the trailer park or sitting on the porch with a beer, listening to the cicadas hum in the heat. At night, the woods came alive with noise, frogs, owls, the occasional rustle of something bigger moving through the brush. It should have been peaceful, but there was something about the way the trees leaned in close, about the way the hills cast long, unnatural shadows when the sun dipped behind them, that made the hair on my arms stand up. It was maybe my fourth or fifth night there when I first noticed it. Derek had gone out with some of his buddies, leaving me alone in the trailer. I was sitting on the couch, flipping through static-filled channels on the old TV, when I heard what sounded like whistling. It was faint at first, carried on the breeze, but it grew louder, clearer, until I could make out a simple four-note pattern. Not a song I recognized, just a sequence, high and low, repeated over and over. I muted the TV and sat there, listening. The whistling came from the tree line, maybe 50 yards from the back porch. I told myself it was just someone passing through, maybe a hiker or one of the kids from town messing around. But then it stopped. Dead silence. And then, almost immediately, came the sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, crunching through the gravel around the trailer. I froze. The trailer was dark except for the glow of the muted TV, and the blinds were open. Whoever or whatever it was could see me, but I couldn't see them. The footsteps circled the trailer once, slow and steady, then stopped. I waited, heart pounding in my throat, until Derek's truck headlights appeared at the end of the gravel drive. The second those lights cut across the yard, the footsteps were gone. When I told Derek about it later, he didn't laugh. He just gave me this tight look and said, "Don't go outside if you hear whistling. Not after dark." I pressed him on it, but he just shook his head and cracked another beer. "Just don't," he said. The next few nights, I couldn't sleep. Every little sound had me on edge. The whistle didn't come back right away, but I could feel something out there, just past the tree line, watching. Sometimes when the wind shifted, I'd catch the faint smell of wet earth and something sharp metallic like rust. About a week later, Derek took me out to the woods to show me the hunting trails. We started early, just after sunrise, the ground still damp with dew. He carried a rifle slung over his shoulder and pointed out landmarks as we walked. A crooked oak where the deer liked to bed down, a shallow creek that ran cold even in the middle of summer, an old stone foundation hidden under a blanket of moss. It was beautiful out there, in a way that didn't feel real. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor in gold, and the air smelled like pine and damp leaves. But even in daylight, there was a heaviness to the woods, like they were holding their breath. We were about 2 miles in when Derek stopped suddenly and held up a hand. I followed his gaze to a patch of mud near the creek. Footprints. They were barefoot, human-shaped, but wrong. The toes were too long, the arch too high, and there were at least 3 sets, overlapping and leading deeper into the woods. "Come on," Derek said, his voice low. "We're heading back." I didn't argue. That night, the whistling came back. It started just after midnight, the same four-note pattern, over and over. This time it was closer, maybe 20 yards from the trailer. I sat there in the dark, gripping the kitchen knife I'd started keeping on the coffee table, and tried to steady my breathing. Then, clear as day, I heard my name. Eli. Drawn out, almost sing-song, carried on the wind. I wanted to believe it was my imagination or some kid from town screwing with me, but deep down I knew better. The whistling stopped. Silence pressed in around the trailer. And then, slow and deliberate, came the sound of fingernails or claws dragging along the siding. I didn't move, didn't breathe. When Derek came home an hour later, headlights sweeping across the gravel, the sound stopped. I told him what I'd heard, every word, every sound, and this time he didn't just look tight. He looked scared. "They know you now," he said quietly. "You don't look at them, you don't talk to them, and you sure as hell don't follow them if they call. You got that?" I asked him what they were, and for a long time he didn't answer. Finally, he said, "Old things. Been here longer than us. They like to play with folks who don't know better." After that, things got worse. I started finding things in the yard. Little piles of rocks stacked in odd patterns, a rabbit skull sitting neatly on the porch steps, the handle of my pocket knife driven blade first into the dirt by the tree line. At night, I'd hear footsteps pacing around the trailer, sometimes tapping against the windows, sometimes whispering in voices that sounded almost familiar. Once, just before dawn, I woke up to the sound of the front door creaking open. When I stumbled into the living room, knife in hand, the door was standing wide open, and the faint smell of wet earth and rust hung heavy in the air. Derek started sleeping with the rifle propped against his bed. 2 weeks in, he told me about Henry. "Old guy used to live up near the ridge," Derek said. Kept to himself. Folks said he'd been here all his life. About 10 years back, he followed the whistling. They found him a week later, 20 feet up a pine tree, bones clean as a whistle. Sheriff called it an animal attack, but he trailed off, shaking his head. After that, I didn't need to be told twice to stay inside after dark. But then came the night the power went out. A storm had been brewing all afternoon, thick, humid air that made the skin on my arms prickle. By sundown, the sky cracked open, and rain came down in sheets, rattling the trailer. Around 10, the lights flickered once, twice, and then died. The whistling started almost immediately. I sat there in the dark, heart pounding, as the sound grew louder, closer, until it was right outside the living room window. Eli. The voice was wrong. Too deep, too wet, like it was trying to mimic human speech, and almost getting it right. I didn't move, didn't answer. The footsteps circled the trailer, slow and steady, dragging along the siding. Then came the scratching, long, slow drags of something sharp against metal, around and around until I thought I'd lose my mind. And then, just as suddenly, silence. When the lights flickered back on an hour later, the yard was empty. But in the mud by the steps were prints, barefoot, long-toed, leading straight to the woods. I told Derek I wanted to leave. He didn't argue. The next morning, we packed my stuff into his truck. I didn't look back as we drove out of Pine Hollow, didn't let my eyes drift to the tree line. But even now, months later, I still hear it sometimes when the wind picks up. Those 4 notes, high and low, whistling through the trees. I don't think they're done with me. Story the end. I first went to the Appalachian Mountains in late October of 2017 on a solo trip that was supposed to be about getting away from everything. I had spent the better part of a year working in a cramped office downtown, and the constant noise and fluorescent lighting were starting to erode whatever patience I had left. I found a small cabin rental in a hollow near Boone, North Carolina, tucked high in the Blue Ridge. The listing said it was remote, with no cell service and only a dirt road leading to it, which only added to the appeal. The drive up was long, twisting through winding roads that cut through dense forests. As I climbed higher, the air grew cooler, and the scent of pine and wet leaves became stronger. I reached the cabin around dusk, and from the gravel driveway it looked charming enough. A small log cabin with a sagging porch and a single chimney, surrounded on all sides by thick woods. The sun was just disappearing behind the ridges, casting long shadows across the clearing. I unpacked quickly and tried to settle in before nightfall. The cabin was simple. One main room with a small kitchenette, a stone fireplace, and a loft with a mattress and blankets. Electricity worked, though the lights were dim and there was no phone signal. That was fine with me. I needed quiet. The first night, I sat on the porch with a cup of coffee and watched as darkness swallowed the hollow. The silence was different from what I was used to in the city. It was heavy, almost tactile, pressing in from all sides. I thought about the reviews I had read online where people mentioned how peaceful the cabin felt. I agreed at first, but then the silence began to feel oppressive, like the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting. Around 11 p.m., I thought I heard something moving in the woods, just beyond the edge of the clearing. A branch snapped sharply, and the sound seemed to echo unnaturally. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but the sensation of being watched gnawed at me. I stayed on the porch for a long time, scanning the tree line with a flashlight until exhaustion finally drove me inside. The next morning, I decided to explore a trail that started behind the cabin. The path was narrow, overgrown in places, and lined with trees whose branches twisted unnaturally. The further I hiked, the quieter the forest became. Even the birds seemed to vanish as I climbed higher into the ridge. I passed a small creek and paused to refill my water bottle, noticing that the stones along the bank were worn smooth by water. Something about the quiet, the isolation, made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. By late afternoon, I came across a small clearing. At first, it looked ordinary, but then I noticed a circle of stones arranged meticulously in the center. Each stone was about the size of a basketball, and they had been stacked in small pyramids. I stepped closer, feeling a shiver run down my spine. There were no signs of recent human activity, no footprints, no remnants of a fire. Just the stones, arranged as if someone or something had placed them there intentionally. I left quickly and made my way back to the cabin, thinking about what I had seen. When I arrived, I noticed something strange. There were more stones, small ones this time, stacked on the edge of the porch. I had not brought any, and I was alone. I brushed it off, telling myself it had been carried by wind or animals, but deep down, a gnawing unease settled in my stomach. The second night was worse. I woke around 2 a.m. to the sound of someone or something walking just outside. The gravel driveway crunched under heavy, deliberate steps. My heart was hammering as I stayed perfectly still, straining to hear. Then I thought I heard a whisper, so faint I couldn't make out the words. I grabbed the flashlight from the kitchen and crept to the door, peering into the darkness. Nothing. But the feeling didn't leave. I could sense eyes on me, just beyond the tree line. The forest seemed alive in a way that was completely alien, as if it was watching and waiting. I stayed up until dawn, too afraid to sleep. The next day, I tried to distract myself with a hike down a different trail. I wanted to convince myself that the noises were just my imagination, a product of the isolation and my overactive mind. The trail led me to another clearing, this one larger than the first and filled with more stone circles. Some were half buried in moss, others completely intact. In the center of the largest circle lay a pile of sticks arranged neatly like a miniature raft. I felt a cold dread settle over me, and I quickly turned back toward the cabin. That night, the noises returned. This time, it was closer. I could hear footsteps circling the cabin, scraping against the gravel and leaves, and then a sound that froze me in place, humming, soft and low, carrying a melody I couldn't recognize. It was almost hypnotic, and yet it made my skin crawl. I stayed in the loft with the door locked, gripping the only weapon I had, a small pocket knife. I didn't sleep. The following day, I saw them. Shapes in the trees, pale and human-like, moving just at the edge of vision. Every time I tried to focus, they disappeared. I convinced myself it was a trick of the light, the fatigue, or paranoia. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. Over the next 2 days, I became hyper-aware of the cabin and the woods surrounding it. I noticed small things, more stones on the porch, twigs stacked in patterns near the cabin, footprints that weren't mine in the dirt. The air felt thick, almost suffocating. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, couldn't focus on anything except the feeling of being watched. On the 5th night, I decided I had to leave. I packed my things quietly, careful not to make a sound, and loaded them into my truck. As I started down the gravel road, the forest seemed to close in around me. I passed familiar bends that now seemed foreign. Landmarks that should have been behind me appeared ahead. It was as if the mountain itself was reshaping the path. I drove for hours, my headlights cutting through the dense darkness until I finally reached the highway and the first sign of civilization. I didn't look back, not even once. It took me months to stop feeling the presence of those mountains. Even now I can feel it sometimes, especially in the quiet moments of the night. A whisper just beyond hearing, a flash of movement in the corner of my eye. I don't speak about it much. Friends ask about the trip, and I give vague answers. But the memory lingers, the weight of the forest, the strange stone circles, the humming in the night. Whatever was there, I know it's still out in those woods, waiting for someone else to wander too far, to notice the circles, to hear the song. Sometimes I dream about it. I see the clearings, the stones, and the pale shapes in the shadows. I wake up with my heart pounding, convinced I hear footsteps outside my apartment, even though I live on the 10th floor. I will never return to the Appalachian Mountains. I can't. Because part of me knows that whatever I saw there isn't gone. It's patient, waiting, and it remembers me. Story. The end. I arrived in the Appalachians in late spring when the ridges were still damp with thaw and the sun lingered longer over the hillsides than I remembered from home. I was 25, broke, and looking for a place to disappear for a while. And my friend Martin had suggested I stay in his uncle's old cabin near Hollow Creek, a tiny settlement tucked deep into the Blue Ridge Mountains of western North Carolina. "It's quiet," he said over the phone. "Too quiet sometimes, but it's cheap, and nobody will bother you. Perfect for writing." I should have listened more closely when he said, "Too quiet sometimes." The cabin was perched on a steep slope about a quarter-mile off a gravel road that wound through thick forest. The driveway was more a suggestion than a path, and it ended in a small clearing surrounded by hemlock and oak. The place itself had clearly seen better days. The roof sagged near the middle, and the paint had peeled into long, curling strips that hung like dead leaves. Inside, the cabin smelled of mildew and old wood, with dust motes dancing in shafts of sunlight from the single window. The furniture was a mix of hand-me-downs, a sagging couch, a wobbly dining table, and two chairs that looked like they might collapse if sat upon too hard. The stove was ancient but intact, and there was a fireplace with blackened bricks. The floors creaked with every step, and I had to be careful not to trip over loose boards. I arrived late in the afternoon. Martin had promised he'd leave me alone to settle in. "Don't worry about the neighbors," he said, laughing. "There aren't any." The first night was uneventful. I cooked a simple meal, ate on the porch as the sun dipped behind the ridge, and listened to the chorus of frogs and crickets. It felt peaceful, and I thought I might finally have the solitude I wanted. The second night, though, was different. I woke just after midnight to a sound that made my stomach knot. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, crunching on the gravel that led up to the cabin. I froze, straining my ears. My mind raced through possibilities. Someone lost? A thief? A drunk passing through the woods? But when I blinked toward the window, the moonlight revealed nothing but trees swaying gently in the wind. I told myself it was probably just my imagination. I went back to bed, though sleep came fitfully. The next day, I tried to shake it off. I explored the area around the cabin, noting the creek that ran a few hundred yards down the slope and the thick forest that enclosed the clearing. The trees here were ancient, trunks gnarled and twisted, roots twisting up out of the soil like claws. There was something oppressive about the woods, a feeling that the shadows weren't just shadows, that they were waiting. By the third night, the sense of being watched was impossible to ignore. I heard the footsteps again, this time circling the cabin, sometimes stopping, sometimes retreating into the darkness. Then, faintly, a whisper, so soft I wasn't sure I heard it. I strained, and it came again. Eli. My name. I bolted upright in bed. My heart pounded, and I pulled the blankets over my head. The whispering didn't continue, but the footsteps lingered, slow and heavy, around the perimeter of the cabin. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. In the morning, I found something in the dirt outside the cabin. Footprints. Barefoot. Too long to be mine, narrow and uneven, leading from the woods to the porch and stopping abruptly. I called Martin. "There's someone out here," I said. "No," he said flatly. "You don't understand. You don't go out after dark. You don't answer when they call. Just stay inside." "Who? What are you talking about?" "I can't explain it. Just do what I say." That evening, I tried to follow his advice. I locked the doors and windows, drew the curtains, and sat in the dark, listening. The wind rose around the cabin, whispering through the trees in a way that sounded almost human. And then came the whistling. It was faint at first, like a breeze through a cracked window. Then clearer, deliberate, almost melodic, carrying from the ridge above the cabin down into the clearing. It made the hairs on my arms stand up. The tune was strange. Not something I recognized, but it seemed to follow me, circling the cabin with each gust of wind. I thought of leaving in the morning, but when I stepped outside, my car battery was dead. My phone, which had barely gotten a signal, now showed no service. Over the next few days, the occurrences grew more unsettling. Objects in the cabin would shift slightly when I wasn't looking. The kitchen knife I kept on the counter would be on the table. A chair would be moved an inch to the left. At night, the whistling returned, accompanied by faint scratching against the walls, soft at first, then growing louder, almost like fingernails on wood. I explored the forest during daylight to distract myself. I followed the creek upstream, finding old stone foundations, remnants of what might have been a homestead decades ago. The deeper I went, the denser the forest became, and I often had to push aside thick underbrush to move. I felt eyes on me, though whenever I looked, there was nothing. Only the trees, the rocks, and the whisper of the creek. Then came the night I first saw it. I had been riding by lantern light when I heard the footsteps again. This time, they were heavier, closer. My heart hammered in my chest as I grabbed the knife. I crouched near the window, peering out into the dark. At first, I saw nothing, just shadows shifting in the moonlight. Then movement. A figure, tall and thin, emerged from the tree line. Its skin was pale, almost gray, and it moved with a jerky, unnatural gait. The face, if it could be called that, was featureless, smooth except for a small slit where the mouth should have been. It stopped at the edge of the clearing and tilted its head, staring directly at me. I can't explain the fear that gripped me. It wasn't human, not entirely. It felt wrong in a way that made my stomach twist. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs refused to obey. Then it turned, vanishing into the woods as silently as it had appeared. The following days were a blur of terror and sleeplessness. I stayed inside, barricading doors and windows, listening to the wind and the whispers. At night, the whistling would come, often followed by the scraping, the tapping, the faint sound of footsteps circling the cabin. The days were no refuge. The shadows seemed to move independently, the forest closing in, the wind whispering my name. One evening, I decided I couldn't stay another night. I packed what I could carry and tried the car. The battery still refused to start. I had no choice but to walk the gravel road down to the main highway. As I moved, the forest seemed to shift around me, the path I thought I knew twisting into something unfamiliar. Branches scraped my arms, roots caught my feet, and all the while I felt something following, just beyond the edge of vision. I didn't look back. Hours later, I reached the highway, and by some miracle, a passing truck stopped to pick me up. The driver didn't ask questions, and I was too grateful to care. I told him to drop me in the next town, far from Hollow Creek. I never looked back, though in the months since, I've occasionally seen something out of the corner of my eye. Glimpses of a figure moving in the woods whenever the wind rises and carries a faint whistle. I haven't returned to the cabin, and I never will. But the mountains, I've realized, remember. They remember the people who trespass, who wander into places they shouldn't, and sometimes, if you're not careful, they follow you back, carrying the wind with them. Story the end. The wind was sharp that evening as I drove up the winding road that led into the heart of the Appalachian Mountains. The kind of wind that makes the trees groan and the old cabins along the roadside seem alive, whispering secrets only the mountains knew. I had grown up in the foothills of these mountains, the kind of small town where everybody knew your parents and your grandparents, and yet I had spent most of my adult life away in the city. But after my father passed, I felt the pull to return to settle the affairs of the old family cabin that had been in our family for generations. I told myself it was just a practical trip, but deep down, I was drawn to the mountains for reasons I couldn't fully explain. The drive was longer than I remembered. The sun had already started to dip behind the peaks when I reached the last stretch of unpaved road that led to the cabin. Headlights barely illuminated the uneven surface, and the trees seemed to crowd the road on either side, their gnarled branches scratching the sky. By the time I finally saw the cabin through the thinning trees, darkness had claimed the valley. The cabin looked much as it had in my childhood memories, weathered, worn, and isolated. Its wooden siding was gray from years of rain and snow, and the front porch sagged slightly under its own weight. I parked the car, stepped out, and felt the immediate change in the air. It was colder than it should have been for early September, and there was a dampness that smelled of moss and decay. I carried my bags inside, the familiar creak of the floorboards beneath my feet echoing through the empty rooms. The cabin smelled of old wood and something else I couldn't place, like the faint metallic tang of rusted iron. I shrugged it off, assuming it was just the scent of the mountains themselves. After a quick dinner and a fire in the old stone fireplace, I settled into a chair with a notebook, thinking I would jot down some thoughts on returning home. The wind outside had picked up, rattling the windows, and for the first time in years, I felt truly alone. I tried to ignore it, but the isolation of the mountains pressed on me in a way that was almost physical, like the air itself was heavier here. That night, I barely slept. I kept hearing sounds, footsteps on the porch, scratching at the windows, whispers carried on the wind. Each time I told myself it was just the house settling, the wildlife, the mountains playing tricks on my mind. But there was a tension in the air that I couldn't shake. The next morning, I went for a hike to reacquaint myself with the trails I had known as a child. I followed the creek upstream, past the familiar bends and rock formations. The mountains were beautiful in their rugged, untamed way, but there was something off about the trail. I noticed that the markers I remembered, the painted signs on the trees, small cairns of stones, were gone or had been moved. I shrugged it off as nature reclaiming the trail. As I ventured deeper, I began to notice signs that didn't belong. Footprints in the mud too large to be human, with an odd splay to the toes. Broken branches at a height that suggested something tall had passed through. I stopped to take notes, thinking maybe I could work these into a story. But the further I went, the more uneasy I became. The birds had gone quiet. The only sounds were my footsteps and the wind through the trees. By midday, I realized I had wandered farther than I intended. I tried to retrace my steps, but the trail seemed different. The familiar bends of the creek were wrong, the rocks in different places. Panic began to set in, and I called out, though I knew no one could hear me. That's when I heard it, a low, guttural growl echoing through the trees. I froze. My mind raced through every rational explanation, a bear, a mountain lion, a fallen tree, but the sound carried an intelligence, a deliberate malice that no animal could muster. I ran, scrambling over roots and rocks, desperately trying to find the path back. The growling followed, sometimes close, sometimes distant, always aware of my movements. When I finally broke through the tree line onto a small clearing, I thought I was safe. And then I saw it. A figure, tall and gaunt, almost humanoid, with elongated limbs and dark, hollow eyes. It stood at the edge of the clearing, unmoving, as if observing me. My legs froze, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I couldn't tell if it was real or a hallucination born of exhaustion and fear. Then, in a voice that was low and rasping but unmistakably human, it spoke my name. I staggered back, tripping over a root, and it advanced a step. The air grew colder, my breath misting in front of me, and a feeling of dread washed over me like a wave. Something deep and ancient stirred in the woods, and it was aware of me, and it was not pleased. I ran blindly, crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping my face. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I reached the edge of the forest near the cabin. I collapsed on the porch, gasping, my clothes torn, my skin bleeding from the branches. For a long moment, I simply sat there, listening. The forest was silent, almost unnaturally so, as if it had swallowed the sound of whatever had been chasing me. Inside, I bolted the doors and windows and sat by the fire, trying to make sense of what had happened. Was it a man, a creature, a figment of my imagination? The rational part of my mind fought to convince me it was nothing more than stress and fatigue, but every instinct in my body screamed otherwise. That night, I slept fitfully, and in the early hours of the morning, I woke to a sound at the cabin door. Slow, deliberate knocks. I froze, heart pounding, as the knocks continued, a steady rhythm that matched the pounding in my chest. I reached for the old rifle my father had left, the metal cold in my hands. I crept to the door, peering through the small window, but there was nothing there. The knocking had stopped, only the wind. The following days were a blur of dread and paranoia. Every sound, the snapping of a branch, the rustling of leaves, set my nerves on edge. I avoided the woods, stuck close to the cabin, and yet I could feel it watching. Sometimes I would catch glimpses of movement at the edge of my vision, a shadow slipping between trees, always gone when I turned to look directly. One evening, as a storm rolled in, I saw them. Footprints circling the cabin, too large, too irregular to be human, pressed into the muddy soil, and then on the porch railing, scratches, deep and jagged as if made by claws. The realization hit me that whatever had been in the woods was not just wandering, it had been stalking me, learning me, waiting for the right moment. By the fourth night, I couldn't take it anymore. I decided to leave, to get back to civilization, to escape the suffocating fear that had taken hold of me. I packed my things in the rain, the wind whipping against me, and I drove down the mountain road as fast as my car would allow. The headlights cut through the sheets of rain, illuminating nothing but darkness and the occasional tree. Halfway down, I glanced in the rearview mirror. At first I thought it was a trick of the rain, a shadow cast by the passing trees. But then I saw it, a figure standing in the middle of the road, impossibly tall, its eyes glowing faintly in the storm. I swerved, barely missing it, heart racing, adrenaline surging. When I looked again, it was gone. I didn't stop until I reached the town at the base of the mountain, the lights of homes and street lamps a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness behind me. I told the locals about the sightings, the stalking, the footprints. Some nodded solemnly, others smiled dismissively. But an old man at the diner, his hands gnarled like the roots of the mountains themselves, leaned in and said, "You don't understand, son. They've always been there. The mountains keep their own. You just happen to notice." I left Pine Hollow the next day, but the mountains never left me. The memory of that figure, the sound of its voice, the sensation of being watched, clung to me. Even now, years later, I dream of the wind in the trees, the creak of old floorboards, and the hollow eyes staring from the darkness. People warned me not to go back. The rational part of me wants to agree, but part of me knows that the mountains are calling, and that if I return, I will see it again. Perhaps even closer. Perhaps it will follow me beyond the forest. I still have the cabin, and I still have the memories. And sometimes, in the quiet of the night, I hear the scratches at the door, the low growl on the wind, and I know the mountains are patient. They wait. Story the end. The first time I drove through the heart of the Appalachian Mountains, I remember thinking how quiet the world could be when you left civilization behind. It was the kind of silence that swallowed the hum of your engine, the kind that made you feel watched, even when you knew you were alone. I had been sent to photograph some of the old coal towns for a small magazine that specialized in forgotten places, ghost towns, abandoned railways, but little pieces of America no one really wanted to remember but couldn't quite let go of either. I'd been on trips like this before, but never in the Appalachians. It was late September, when the air is sharp and the leaves start to turn, dotting the endless ridges in reds, yellows, and deep orange. I had my old Subaru packed with gear, a couple days' worth of food, and a notebook for when I got too tired to take photos, but too restless to sleep. I was supposed to meet a man named Henry Wilson in a tiny mountain town called Elk Valley. According to the editor, Henry knew the back roads better than anyone and could point me toward the real places, the ones the maps didn't bother naming. By the time I reached Elk Valley, dusk had already begun to settle in, and I could barely get a cell signal. The town was little more than a single stretch of cracked pavement lined with a handful of buildings. A convenience store, a bar with a neon sign that only half worked, and a church that looked like it hadn't seen a sermon in years. I parked outside the store, thinking I'd grab a coffee before finding the inn where I'd reserved a room. Inside, the air smelled of dust and something metallic, like rust. A man with a weathered face and a faded cap leaned against the counter, watching me with an intensity that made me pause. He nodded when I walked in, but didn't say a word. "Evening," I offered. He tilted his head, his eyes flicking to my camera bag. "You're the fella looking for Henry." I hesitated. "Yeah. How'd you?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked toward the window where the last light of the day stretched long shadows across the road. "Henry's up by Miller's Hollow. You can follow the creek about 3 miles till you hit the old mine. He'll find you if he wants to." There was something about the way he said it, "if he wants to," that made my stomach knot a little. "Thanks," I said, but his eyes stayed on me, unreadable, until I walked back out into the cooling air. The inn was just down the street, an aging 2-story house with peeling paint and a wraparound porch. The woman who ran it was kind but quiet, the sort of mountain person who'd seen too much to be impressed by strangers. She handed me a key with a brass tag and told me to lock my door at night, just in case. When I asked, just in case of what, she only shook her head and said, "Things get strange after dark out here. Best you keep inside." I didn't sleep well that first night. Between the distant howls echoing through the hills and the occasional creak of the old house settling, every sound seemed amplified. I told myself it was just nerves, that I was a city kid too used to noise to appreciate real quiet. But when I finally drifted off, I dreamed of trees, endless, dark, whispering trees, and the sensation that someone was standing at the foot of my bed. The next morning, I left early to find Henry. The sun barely crested over the ridges, painting the mountains in soft pink and gold. I drove until the road turned to gravel, then to dirt, and finally parked where the path narrowed to nothing but a game trail. Slinging my camera bag over my shoulder, I followed the creek into the woods. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. Even the birds seemed to stop singing after a while, leaving only the soft trickle of water and the crunch of leaves under my boots. That's when I saw him. A man in a flannel shirt and worn jeans, leaning against a tree like he'd been waiting for me. "You the photographer?" he asked, his voice low but steady. "Yeah. You Henry?" He nodded once and motioned for me to follow. "Ain't much to see out here. Just ghosts and old bones." I tried to laugh, but it sounded hollow in the heavy air. "Ghost towns, you mean?" He didn't answer. Henry led me through winding trails, deeper into the forest until we reached the remnants of an old mining settlement. The buildings were nothing more than skeletons, rotted wood, collapsed roofs, windows broken long ago. I took photos, fast, careful to capture the way nature had started to reclaim everything. It was beautiful in a way, but unsettling too, like walking through a graveyard that no one had tended in decades. As we walked, Henry told me bits and pieces about the town, how it thrived during the coal boom, how men died in the mines, how the company packed up and left when the veins ran dry. People stayed, though, he said. Didn't have nowhere else to go. Some still do. I glanced at him. Still? Out here? He nodded slowly. Not the kind you'd want to meet, though. Not after dark. The way he said it made me think of the innkeeper's warning. I wanted to ask more, but something in his expression stopped me. By the time we headed back, the sky had turned gray, heavy with clouds that promised rain. The forest seemed to close in around us, the paths looking less familiar, and I realized how easy it would be to get lost out there. That night, the rain came hard, pounding against the roof of the inn and rattling the windows. I sat on the edge of the bed, scrolling through the photos on my camera. That's when I noticed something strange, a shape in the background of one of the shots I'd taken near the old mine. It was blurry, almost hidden in the trees, but it looked like a person. I zoomed in, squinting at the screen. The figure was pale, almost white against the dark woods, and facing directly toward the camera. A chill ran through me. I hadn't seen anyone out there besides Henry. I told myself it was a trick of the light, maybe just a branch or a patch of moss, but when I turned out the light to sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was watching from the tree line beyond the town. The next morning, I tried to bring it up to Henry when we met again, but he just looked at me for a long moment before saying, "Best not to point cameras at things you don't understand." Over the next few days, the strange undercurrent in Elk Valley grew stronger. I'd hear footsteps on the gravel outside the inn long after everyone should have been asleep. I'd catch movement in the woods when I was sure I was alone. Once, while photographing the old church, I thought I heard someone whisper my name, soft and drawn out, though there was no one there when I turned around. On my last night in town, the power went out. The storm had been raging all afternoon, and by nightfall the entire valley was swallowed in darkness. I sat in my room with only the dim glow of my flashlight, listening as the wind howled through the mountains. Around midnight, there came a soft, deliberate knock on my door. I froze. "Henry?" I called out, but there was no answer. Just another knock, slower this time, heavier. Against every instinct screaming at me, I crept to the door and pressed my ear against it. Whoever was out there wasn't saying a word. When I finally found the courage to open it, the hallway was empty, but on the floor just beyond the threshold was a wet footprint. Bare. Human. I slammed the door and locked it, heart pounding so hard it drowned out the storm. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, the sky was clear, as if the storm had never happened. I packed my things and didn't bother saying goodbye. As I drove out of Elk Valley, the narrow road winding through endless green, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For a brief second, I swore I saw someone standing at the edge of the trees, a pale figure, still and silent, watching as I disappeared down the mountain. I never went back. Story the end. It was the kind of summer that made the Appalachian Mountains feel endless, a dense, rolling expanse of green, punctuated by the occasional ribbon of fog. For my friend Tommy and me, it was the perfect escape from the stifling heat and the monotony of our small hometown in eastern Tennessee. We were both recent high school graduates looking for adventure before the responsibilities of adulthood took hold. We had heard stories about the remote trails near Roan Mountain, tales locals whispered about in the diner where we worked part-time, stories about people vanishing, strange lights in the forest, and old, abandoned homesteads swallowed by the wilderness. Of course, we didn't take them seriously. Who would? Yet there was a thrill in the unknown, a pull we couldn't resist. We set out early on a Thursday morning, backpacks loaded with food, water, and camping gear. The sun had just begun to peek over the ridges, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the valleys. We drove up a winding road that seemed to rise forever, flanked by trees so dense the sky felt distant. By mid-morning, we parked near the Appalachian trailhead, where a barely visible path disappeared into the forest. The air was crisp, tinged with pine and damp earth. We laughed about ghost stories as we started hiking, the sound of our boots crunching leaves the only noise beside the occasional bird call. The first day passed uneventfully. We found a small clearing near a stream to set up camp, built a fire, and cooked our dinner. The stars were dazzling that night, scattered across the sky like shards of glass. We sat around the fire, talking about our future plans, the usual teenage bravado masking our unease at the absolute darkness surrounding us. But even then, there was a subtle feeling, a tension that neither of us could place. The forest seemed to watch. It was a common sentiment we joked about, attributing it to nerves and the isolation. The next morning, we packed up early, determined to reach a lookout point Tommy had read about in a hiking guide. As we ascended, the trail became narrower, less maintained, and the trees grew so close together it felt like we were walking through a living tunnel. Around noon, we stumbled upon the remnants of an old cabin. Just the stone foundation and a crumbling chimney remained. Curious, we decided to explore. Inside, the floor was littered with debris, broken furniture, rusted tools, and what looked like fragments of old newspapers. Tommy picked up one piece and showed me the faded headline, "Family Vanishes in Roan Forest, Search Continues." I laughed nervously, but a cold knot formed in my stomach. The story was dated 50 years ago, yet here we were in the very place mentioned. We didn't linger long, brushing off the unease and continuing our hike. By late afternoon, clouds began to roll in, thick and gray, turning the sky an ominous shade. We found another clearing to rest, but the air felt heavier, almost suffocating. That's when we noticed it. Footprints. Not our own, and not any we recognized from the trail. They were deep, uneven, and led toward the denser forest. At first, I thought it might be a bear or some large animal, but the prints were bipedal. We exchanged a look, both of us unwilling to voice the thought, yet both knowing the same thing. We were being watched. As evening fell, a sudden storm broke. Rain pelted down, turning the trail to mud and making the forest an indistinguishable blur of dark green and brown. We tried to follow the path back to our starting point, but everything looked different in the storm's chaos. The sound of rain on leaves was deafening, but beneath it we began to hear other sounds. Branches snapping as if someone, or something, was moving deliberately toward us, slow and methodical. Our pace quickened, hearts pounding, adrenaline fueling our desperate search for the trail. But the forest seemed alive in a way that defied reason, the path twisting and looping back on itself until we were disoriented, drenched, and terrified. Night fell fully before we realized we were hopelessly lost. The rain had ceased, leaving an eerie silence, broken only by the distant howl of some unknown creature. We found a small, hollowed-out area under a fallen tree to shelter in, shivering, our clothes soaked and bodies exhausted. Neither of us slept. We couldn't. Every rustle of leaves, every whisper of wind through the branches sounded like footsteps approaching, retreating, and approaching again. Hours passed, though time felt meaningless in that oppressive dark. By dawn, our fear had solidified into a grim determination. We had to move, to find a road or another hiker, anything that could get us out. We stumbled forward, following what seemed like a faint trail. Around mid-morning, the forest opened slightly, revealing another cabin, or what was left of one. Unlike the first, this one appeared recently used. Smoke trailed from a small chimney, and a faint smell of cooking drifted through the air. Relief washed over us, but it was short-lived. As we approached, the door creaked open slowly, revealing a figure. A man, ragged, wild-eyed, who beckoned us inside with a crooked finger. Something about him felt wrong, instinct screaming danger, but our exhaustion and fear made caution difficult. We stepped in, and the air inside was warm, filled with the scent of food and something else we couldn't identify. The man spoke little, muttering warnings about the Watchers and the Hollowed Ones, terms we didn't understand, and even if we had, we likely wouldn't have believed him. But then he gestured outside, and we saw movement, shadows flitting between trees, impossible in their speed and silence. We tried to leave, but he blocked the door, insisting we stay until nightfall. Against our better judgment, we complied, too afraid to argue. As the sun dipped below the ridges, the forest outside came alive in ways that no human should witness. Shapes emerged, barely visible in the dim light. Tall, gaunt, humanoid, moving with a fluid, predatory grace. Their faces, if they could be called that, were featureless yet somehow menacing. The man in the cabin whispered that they only came at night, that the forest belonged to them, and that travelers like us were not welcome. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body refused to move. Tommy was equally paralyzed, our shared terror binding us in silence. Night stretched endlessly. The creatures circled the cabin, their presence oppressive and terrifying. Every sound outside, the crack of a branch, the scraping of feet, the low murmur of their voices made us flinch. The man offered us a place to hide, a small trapdoor leading to a crawl space beneath the cabin. We squeezed into it, suffocating and soaked with sweat, listening to the horrors above. Time lost meaning. Hours passed, or maybe it was minutes. We had no way to tell. Eventually, the forest fell silent again, the creatures retreating as though satisfied or perhaps just patient. When we emerged, dawn had broken, gray and heavy. The man was gone, leaving only a note scratched into a piece of wood. Leave before night comes again. They remember. We didn't need further warning. We packed what we could carry and stumbled down the nearest slope, following the sun as best we could. Eventually, we found a familiar trail that led us back to the trailhead, our clothes ruined, our bodies exhausted, and our minds frayed. We didn't speak of the details much after that, only mentioning we got lost to anyone who asked. But the memory never faded. The way the forest moved, the shadows that weren't shadows, the creatures watching, it stayed with us. Even now, years later, I cannot hear the wind through the trees without remembering the hollow, oppressive feeling of being hunted. Tommy and I never returned to the mountains together, and we rarely spoke of that summer. But each of us separately has caught glimpses in the news, accounts of missing hikers, strange sightings, and unexplainable phenomena in that same region. The locals, when pressed, will offer cryptic warnings. Respect the forest, do not wander at night, and whatever you do, never acknowledge them. We learned that the hard way. The Appalachian Mountains are beautiful, yes, breathtaking in their grandeur, but they are ancient, full of secrets that predate any of us. And some of those secrets are hungry, some are patient, and some remember. Story the end. I grew up in the shadow of the Blue Ridge, where the air always smelled like pine and wet soil, and where the mountains seemed to close in the deeper you went. My family never had much, but we had enough, and we kept to ourselves. Folks around there believed in minding their own business, which is probably why no one ever said a damn thing about the things that happened up past Bailey's Ridge. When I was 32, after years of city work that left me exhausted, I decided to take some time away and head back home for a while. My cousin had been looking after my late uncle's cabin, a small, one-story place off a dirt trail that wound along the edge of the ridge. The property had been in our family for over 70 years, and I remembered it from summers as a boy. It was the kind of place that looked like it had been built right into the woods. Wooden siding, faded gray, a sagging front porch, and a roof patched more times than I could count. I got there late one evening, right before dusk settled. The woods looked different than I remembered. Darker somehow, heavier, like the trees themselves were pressing closer together. I killed the engine of my truck and sat there for a while, just listening. It was quiet in that unsettling way the deep woods can be, where even the birds and bugs seem to hold their breath. When I unlocked the cabin door, the familiar musty smell hit me. The place had been clean, but the scent of old wood and dampness never went away. There was still the old rocking chair by the fireplace, the same one my uncle used to sit in when he told me stories about the mountain. He used to say the land remembered everything, that the ridge had eyes and ears. As a kid, I thought it was just something old-timers said to spook kids. I wish I still believed that. The first night passed quiet enough. I unpacked, made a simple dinner, and sat out on the porch with a beer, listening to the woods. Crickets chirped in bursts, and I thought I heard the faint rustle of something moving through the trees, but nothing close enough to worry about. Around midnight, a storm rolled in and the rain beat down hard on the tin roof. I fell asleep to the sound of thunder shaking the walls. The second night, things changed. I'd been walking the old trails during the day, like reacquainting myself with the land. There's a part of the ridge that always made me uneasy when I was a kid, a hollow where the trees grow twisted and the ground stays soft no matter how dry the season. My uncle used to tell me not to go there, and I'd never asked why. That afternoon, I ignored the memory of his warning and hiked that way. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. No bird song, no buzzing insects, just the sound of my boots crunching leaves and twigs. I reached the hollow just as the sun started dipping behind the ridge. The air felt colder there, like stepping into the shadow of something old and watching. The trees grew gnarled and close, their branches curling in unnatural ways. I told myself I was imagining it, that I was just tired, but when I turned to head back, I caught a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye, something pale slipping between the trees. I froze, heart thudding in my chest. Hello? My voice sounded too loud, sharp in the stillness. Nothing. I stood there for another minute, scanning the woods, before turning back down the trail. Every step back to the cabin felt heavier, like something was trailing just behind me, but staying out of sight. By the time I made it back, night had fully fallen, and I slammed the cabin door shut harder than I meant to. I tried to shake it off, chalk it up to being alone in the woods too long. But that night, as I sat by the fire, I heard it. At first it sounded like branches snapping, far off in the woods. Then closer, the crunch of leaves, deliberate and slow, circling the cabin. I killed the fire and sat in the dark, every muscle tense. Through the cracks in the blinds, I saw nothing but blackness and the faint glow of the moon. Then came the knocking. 3 sharp knocks on the back wall, like knuckles against wood. I didn't move, didn't even breathe. A few seconds passed, and then 3 more, closer this time, right against the wall behind the couch where I sat. I grabbed the shotgun my uncle had kept above the mantel and waited, sweat slick on my palms. The knocks stopped after a while, replaced by soft, dragging footsteps circling the porch, and then silence. I didn't sleep that night. By morning, I tried convincing myself it had just been an animal, a raccoon, maybe a bear, nosing around. But deep down, I knew better. My uncle had always said the ridge didn't like being disrespected, that if you wandered where you weren't welcome, the mountain would take notice. The next day, I stayed closer to the cabin, cleaned up the place, fixed a loose step on the porch, anything to keep busy. But every so often, I'd catch that same feeling, that prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like eyes watching from the tree line. That night, the knocking came again. This time it was on the front door. It started around midnight, slow and steady, like someone tapping their fingernails against the wood. I sat frozen in the dark, the shotgun across my lap, staring at the door. The tapping stopped, and then I heard a voice. Low, almost a whisper, just outside. Come out. My blood ran cold. It wasn't a voice I recognized. Too flat, too strange, like someone trying to mimic human speech, but not quite getting it right. I didn't move, didn't respond. Come out, it repeated, softer this time, closer to the window. I stayed silent until dawn, the shotgun never leaving my hands. When the sun finally rose, I went outside. There were no footprints, no broken branches, nothing to show anyone had been there. But I knew. By the fourth night, I was ready to leave. I had my bags packed and the truck loaded, but when I turned the key, the engine just sputtered and died. I popped the hood, checked everything I knew to check, but there was nothing wrong that I could see. The truck was fine, it just wouldn't start. That night, the voice came back, louder. Come out. I stayed by the window, staring into the dark, and that's when I saw it. Something standing just beyond the tree line. It was tall, too tall, its shape wrong somehow, like its limbs were bent at odd angles. The pale of its skin stood out stark against the dark woods, and though I couldn't see its face clearly, I could feel its eyes on me, fixed and unblinking. I backed away from the window, my chest tight, my breathing shallow. It didn't move, didn't blink, just stood there until the first light of morning, when it was gone like it had never been there at all. I didn't sleep again. By the sixth day, I stopped trying to leave. The forest wouldn't let me. Every trail I tried to take ended in a dense wall of trees where there hadn't been one before. The air grew heavier, the woods quieter, as if the mountain itself was holding its breath. The last night, I sat on the porch, shotgun in hand, staring out into the woods. The voice came again, closer this time, almost gentle. Come out! The thing stepped into the clearing, slow and deliberate. Its face caught the moonlight, and I wish I could say I didn't see it clearly, but I did. Hollow sockets where eyes should have been, a mouth stretched too wide, its skin pale and thin like stretched paper. I don't remember pulling the trigger, but the deafening blast of the shotgun echoed through the trees. The thing didn't flinch, didn't bleed. It just tilted its head like it was curious before disappearing into the shadows. I don't know how long I sat there after that. Maybe hours, maybe days. When they found me, my cousin and a couple of deputies from town, I was sitting on the porch, shotgun across my knees, eyes fixed on the tree line. They said the truck started up just fine when they turned the key. They said the cabin looked normal, quiet, undisturbed, but I know what I saw. And sometimes when the night is still and the wind carries just right, I swear I can still hear it. Come out. Story the end. It started with the quiet. Not the kind of quiet you get when the power goes out or when snow blankets the ground, but the heavy, unsettling stillness that makes your skin prickle and your instincts whisper that something is wrong. I'd been to the Appalachian Mountains before, grew up in a small town down near the Tennessee border, but this time was different. I'd driven up alone, a late summer trip meant to clear my head. I'd booked a tiny cabin listed online by some family up near the North Carolina side of the range, tucked away miles from the nearest paved road. They advertised it as secluded, authentic mountain living, which sounded perfect for me. I had a week to myself, a backpack of supplies, and no cell service once I climbed past the first ridge. I got there around 5 in the evening, my old Tacoma barely making it through the last stretch of dirt and rock that they called a road. The cabin was older than the pictures suggested, with gray, weathered boards and a porch that leaned just slightly to the left, but it had charm. There was a pump well out front, a wood-burning stove, and a battered rocking chair that looked like it had been sitting there for generations. Inside was simple. One room, a narrow bed, a little kitchen counter, and a fireplace lined with stones blackened from decades of use. On the mantel, someone had left an old oil lantern and a folded note. Don't go past the creek after dark. Things get strange out there. M. I read it twice, half smiling. Locals and their superstitions. My granddad used to tell me the same kind of stories growing up, about lights that wandered through the woods, voices that didn't belong, things that didn't like being disturbed. I didn't think much of it then. The first night was peaceful. I cooked some beans on the stove, drank a couple of beers I'd brought, and sat out on the porch until the last light drained from the valley below. The crickets and katydids sang loud and constant, and the occasional hoot of an owl echoed somewhere in the distance. It was sometime around midnight when I woke up. At first, I thought it was the wind, but then I realized there wasn't any wind. The woods outside were silent. No bugs, no owls, nothing. Just silence. I sat up, straining to listen, and then I heard it. A single, soft whistle. It wasn't close, but it wasn't far either, maybe 100 yards down the hill toward the creek. It rose and fell, a two-note sound, almost like someone calling for a dog. I froze. I told myself it was a hunter, maybe some kid out late or someone checking traps, but the hair on my arms stood straight up. I waited, breath held, until the sound faded, and eventually the night chorus crept back in. I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, I walked down to the creek. It was a shallow ribbon of water cutting through the forest, maybe knee-deep in the middle, lined with smooth stones and patches of moss. It was beautiful, the kind of place that makes you forget every bad thing waiting for you back home. But something about it felt off. The trees leaned in close here, their branches twisted tight, and the air was cooler, heavier somehow. I found tracks in the mud too, not boot prints or animal prints, but something small, bare, almost childlike. They stopped right at the waterline and didn't come back out. I left not long after that, telling myself I was being paranoid. That night, the quiet came again. I was sitting by the fire, writing in a notebook, when the woods fell silent like someone had thrown a switch. I put the notebook down and waited, muscles tight, every nerve alert. Then came the whistle. Closer this time. 2 notes, slow, deliberate, drifting through the trees. I turned out the lantern and sat in the dark, my back pressed against the wall, listening. Something moved through the woods, branches snapping softly, leaves crunching underfoot. It circled the cabin, slow and steady, just beyond where I could see. Then a knock. 3 sharp raps against the porch railing. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The footsteps retreated after a while, melting back into the trees, and eventually the night sounds returned. But I didn't sleep, not even for a second. By the 3rd day, I was ready to leave. I packed my bag, threw it in the truck, and turned the key, only to hear nothing but a dull click. Battery was fine, gas was fine, engine wouldn't turn over. I tried for an hour until my knuckles were raw, but it was no use. The sun dipped lower, and with it came that uneasy stillness, creeping back like a shadow. I locked the cabin door that night and sat with my back to the wall, shotgun across my lap, eyes on the window. The whistle came right after dark. Not distant this time, not across the creek, right outside the window. I held my breath, finger tight on the trigger, as a shape moved past the thin curtain, a silhouette, tall and lean, with arms that seemed just a little too long, head cocked at an unnatural angle. And it didn't look in. It just stood there for a moment, then moved toward the porch. The boards creaked under its weight. Then came the scratching, slow, deliberate drags of something sharp across the wood, like claws tracing lazy lines just beneath the window frame. I didn't sleep. I didn't move. By morning, it was gone. I found marks in the dirt outside, deep grooves where something had stood, pacing circles around the cabin. The tracks weren't human, not really. Too long, too narrow, toes splayed in a way that made my stomach turn. I tried the truck again. Nothing. By the 4th night, I was breaking. I could feel the mountain pressing in, like the trees themselves were watching, leaning closer each time I looked away. The whistle never stopped now. It came in waves, near, then far, then near again, like it was moving just out of sight. I thought about hiking down the road, but the sun was already dropping, and the idea of being in those woods after dark made my chest seize with panic. So I waited. When the knock came this time, it wasn't on the porch. It was on the door. Slow, heavy, 3 sharp bangs that rattled the frame. I gripped the shotgun tighter, staring at the thin sliver of wood between me and whatever was out there. "Leave," I whispered, though my voice barely worked. "Just leave." The knocking stopped. Silence stretched for what felt like forever. Then the handle turned. I fired. The blast tore through the door, filling the cabin with smoke and ringing in my ears, but when I looked again, there was nothing. No body, no blood, just deep claw marks gouged into the wood where the door had been. The sun came up eventually, pale and gray, and I stumbled out, half crazed, ready to take my chances hiking down the mountain. I made it about a mile before I saw it. Standing in the tree line, perfectly still, head tilted, that long, thin silhouette, watching me. And then, the whistle, soft and sharp, carrying through the trees. I ran. Branches tore at my arms, my legs, my face, but I didn't stop, didn't look back until the cabin was a speck behind me and the sun was high overhead. I don't remember much after that, just stumbling into a ranger station, my clothes torn, my hands shaking so hard I could barely hold a cup of water. They went up there later, the rangers. Told me they didn't find anything but the cabin and my truck. No tracks, no scratches, nothing. I never went back. I still hear it sometimes, though. When the world goes quiet, when the hum of the city fades and the night feels just a little too still, I swear I hear that whistle. 2 notes, soft, patient, waiting. Story the end. The first time I drove into the Appalachian Mountains alone, the sun was dipping low, bleeding orange and pink across the rolling peaks. I was 27, running from a breakup that left my apartment feeling hollow, and I told myself I just needed quiet. My cousin, who worked as a ranger up in West Virginia, said I could borrow his family's old cabin near an abandoned mining town. "It's out there," he'd warned over the phone. "No cell signal, no neighbors for miles." "You sure you're good with that?" I'd laughed, trying to sound braver than I felt. "I'll be fine. I just want a week to reset, clear my head." The road narrowed the deeper I drove, winding through forests that grew so thick they swallowed the last of the daylight. My rental car's headlights cut sharp lines across the gravel path, and every turn felt like it would drop me off the edge of the earth. By the time I reached the cabin, night had fallen completely, the mountains surrounding me like black walls. The cabin was small but sturdy, perched on a ridge with a view that would have been breathtaking if it hadn't been swallowed by darkness. The wooden steps groaned as I carried my bags inside. It smelled of cedar and dust like no one had been there in months. There was no electricity, just a fireplace, a kerosene lantern, and a hand-crank radio sitting on the table. I lit the lantern, the flame flickering across the wood-paneled walls, and tried to ignore the eerie silence outside. I told myself I'd get used to it. The first 2 days were calm. Mornings, I'd sip coffee on the porch while the fog lifted off the mountains like a living thing. Afternoons, I hiked the trails behind the cabin, careful to mark my way with strips of bright tape. The forest was beautiful in a way that made you feel small, alive, but it was also unsettling. There were moments deep among the trees when the wind would die completely and the quiet would settle heavy, like the woods were holding their breath. By the third night, I started noticing things. It was subtle at first, the sound of something moving through the brush just beyond the tree line while I sat by the fire, or the faint crunch of leaves in the dead of night when I knew no one was around. I told myself it was deer, maybe a bear. But then I found the tracks. I'd gone out that morning with plans to hike toward an old mining shaft my cousin mentioned. About 100 yards from the cabin, I saw them in the mud. Footprints. Bare human footprints. They were small, almost child-sized, but the stride was too long for a kid, and they weren't fresh. Some of them had pooled rainwater from the storm the night before. I followed them for a few feet before they disappeared into the underbrush, but something about them gnawed at me. Why would someone be barefoot this deep in the woods with the temperatures dropping into the 40s at night? That evening, I locked the door to the cabin for the first time. Sleep didn't come easy. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd hear something, a faint tapping against the walls, like twigs snapping or knuckles rapping on the wood. Around 3 a.m., I woke to the sound of footsteps circling the cabin, slow and deliberate, crunching the fallen leaves. My breath caught in my throat, and I stayed perfectly still, listening. The steps stopped, then nothing. Just silence, so thick it rang in my ears. I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, I hiked back to where I'd seen the footprints, and my stomach dropped. They were back. More of them, this time circling the cabin. The ground was soft from last night's drizzle, and the prints were clear, leading away from the porch and vanishing into the trees. I packed my bag to leave right then, but when I tried my phone, there was still no signal. The nearest main road was nearly 8 miles away. I could hike out, but the idea of walking through those woods alone, knowing someone or something was out there, made my skin crawl. By noon, I convinced myself I was overreacting. Maybe there were hikers nearby. Maybe kids from some backwoods community messing around. It was easier to believe that than to sit with the gnawing unease in my chest. That night, the knocking came again. Louder, more deliberate. I sat in the dark, holding the heavy flashlight my cousin had left on the table, my back pressed against the wall, trying to match the sound to something rational. It wasn't an animal. The knocks moved, circling the cabin, always just out of sight. At one point, it stopped, and I heard what sounded like a voice. High-pitched, almost a whisper, though I couldn't make out the words. I didn't open the door. By the fourth day, the forest didn't feel beautiful anymore. It felt wrong, alive in a way that watched you. I went out only in daylight, and even then, I couldn't shake the sensation of being followed. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves set my nerves on edge. That afternoon, I found something hanging from a tree about 50 yards from the cabin, a bundle of sticks tied together with twine, shaped like a crude figure. It dangled from a low branch, swaying in the breeze. I stared at it for a long time before I finally cut it down with my pocket knife, my hands trembling. When I returned to the cabin, there was another one hanging on the porch. I didn't sleep that night. The fire died out around midnight, but I didn't move to stoke it. I sat in the dark, every muscle in my body tense as something moved in the woods. Closer this time. The footsteps were faster, heavier. At one point, I swore I heard breathing just beyond the walls, slow and wet, like someone pressing their face against the wood. And then around 3:30, I heard it, a voice, clear as day, right outside the window by my bed. "Come out," it whispered. I froze, my pulse roaring in my ears. It sounded like a child, soft, sing-song, almost playful. "Come out and play." I stayed still until dawn. When light finally bled through the cracks in the shutters, I stuffed my essentials into my pack and left. I didn't even bother cleaning up. I just left. The woods were silent as I hiked down the trail, every step feeling like it might be my last. I didn't look back, not even when I thought I heard something moving through the trees, matching my pace. My legs burned, my lungs ached, but I didn't stop until I saw the gravel road and the faded sign pointing toward the highway. By the time I reached the car, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely fit the key into the ignition. I didn't tell my cousin what happened, not the truth anyway. I just said the solitude got to me, that I'd spooked myself being out there alone. He laughed and said it happens to a lot of people, that the woods can play tricks on you. But I know what I heard. I know what I saw. A week later, back in my apartment, I found something in my backpack when I went to unpack. A bundle of sticks tied with twine, story the end. The Appalachian Mountains have a way of holding on to silence, a thick, eerie quiet that settles over the ridges and valleys like a heavy wool blanket. I learned that the hard way in the summer of 2016 when I took a job running supply deliveries for a small construction crew working on a cabin near the Tennessee-North Carolina line. It wasn't the kind of job that paid well, but I just left college and needed the work, and the thought of spending a few weeks in the mountains sounded peaceful. Back then, I didn't understand that peaceful and isolated can feel awfully similar. Until they don't. The road to the site twisted like a snake, half paved, half gravel, and full of blind turns where you prayed nothing was barreling down in the opposite direction. I drove a beat-up Ford Ranger that smelled like cigarettes and old sweat, bumping along until the signal bars on my phone disappeared completely. The first time I lost service, I laughed about it, but by the third day, the lack of connection felt less like an inconvenience and more like something deliberate, as if the mountains were swallowing up any tie to the outside world. The crew itself wasn't much company. There were 4 of them, 2 brothers named Ray and Bill, an older guy they called Hank, and a younger laborer named Travis who barely spoke above a whisper. They were mountain folk through and through, the kind who didn't trust strangers but tolerated me because I brought food, lumber, and the occasional case of beer. They'd nod when I showed up, exchange a few gruff words, and then go back to hammering, sawing, or digging trenches. "Don't wander too far off," Hank told me the first week, wiping sweat from his brow with a rag that looked like it hadn't been washed in a decade. "These woods'll turn you around before you realize you're lost." I'd laughed nervously, assuming he was just trying to spook the outsider. "Yeah, I'll stay close." But there was something in the way he said it, like he wasn't giving advice but issuing a warning. By the second week, I started noticing little things. I'd drop off supplies around mid-morning and hang back while they unloaded. Sometimes, when the wind died, I could hear faint noises coming from deeper in the forest. Not animals, but something more rhythmic. It sounded like knocking, or maybe chopping, echoing from somewhere far off. Once or twice, I thought I heard faint voices too, but they never sounded close enough to make out. When I asked Ray about it, he froze for a second before shrugging. "Sound carries weird in these hills," he said. "Don't pay it no mind." But then I caught Travis staring out toward the tree line, pale and tight-jawed, as if he'd heard the same thing and knew better than to comment. On a Tuesday morning, I got to the site earlier than usual. The sky was still streaked with pink, mist curling between the trees, and the air smelled damp, like rain was coming. As I got out of the truck, I realized the site was empty. No tools clattering, no sawdust smell, no sound but my boots crunching over gravel. I waited around for 20 minutes before I heard an engine on the road below. It was Hank's old Chevy, and when it came into view, he was alone. "Where's everyone else?" I asked as he parked. "Ray and Bill went down to town for more supplies," he said. "Travis ain't feeling good." I didn't push it, but something about the way he avoided my eyes made me uneasy. We worked in silence for a while, unloading what I'd brought. Around mid-morning, Hank stopped mid-swing with his hammer, tilting his head like he was listening. I froze, following his gaze toward the tree line. The sound started soft, a low, hollow thud, almost like a log being dropped. Then another, and another. It was steady, almost deliberate, and definitely not the random noises of the forest. Hank muttered something under his breath I couldn't make out, tossed his hammer in the bed of his truck, and turned to me. "Time to go," he said flatly. "Go? It's not even noon." He shook his head. "Pack it up, we'll be back tomorrow." I didn't argue. There was something in his voice that told me not to. That night, lying in the small room I was renting in town, I thought about those noises. I'd grown up in the suburbs. I didn't know much about the woods. Maybe it had been an animal or logging or hell, maybe even an echo from some distant farm. But the way Hank had reacted, it didn't feel like something natural. The next morning, when I showed up, the others were already there. Ray and Bill were talking in low voices near the cabin frame, and Travis was sitting on a log, staring at his boots. I caught snippets of their conversation, something about signs and wrong side of the ridge, but as soon as they saw me, they went quiet. "Everything good?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "Yeah," Ray said too quickly. "Just keep close today." By mid-afternoon, clouds had rolled in and the woods grew dark earlier than usual. The knocking started again, louder this time, closer. I froze, a piece of lumber balanced on my shoulder, and turned toward the trees. The sound stopped, dead quiet, not even the buzz of cicadas. "Pack it up," Ray barked, startling me. "Now." The way they moved, fast but quiet like they were trying not to make noise, set my teeth on edge. We threw tools in the truck and sped down the winding road without saying a word. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, thinking about the way the forest had gone silent, like something had stepped into the clearing and everything else had scattered. I tried to tell myself I was imagining things, but deep down, I knew I wasn't. The breaking point came on Friday. I dropped off a load of plywood and nails, and the guys were already working when I arrived. It was hot, the kind of muggy heat that sticks to your skin. I was halfway through unloading when I heard it again, the knocking, steady and unhurried, coming from the same direction as before. But this time there was something else. A whistle. Low, almost tuneless, threading between the trees. "Ray," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Do you hear that?" He didn't answer. None of them did. They all froze in place, hammers and saws and drills going quiet in unison. Then without a word, they dropped what they were doing and started packing up. I stood there for a second, stunned, before Hank grabbed my arm hard enough to hurt. "Move," he said, his voice sharp. "Now." We piled into the trucks and tore down the road like something was chasing us. When we finally hit pavement, Ray pulled over, got out, and lit a cigarette with shaking hands. Nobody spoke for a long time. Finally, I asked, "What the hell is going on?" Ray looked at me, his eyes hollow. "You don't want to know." "I think I do," I said, my voice cracking a little. Hank exhaled slowly, staring down the road like he was expecting to see something. "Some places in these hills ain't meant for folks. Always been that way. You hear the knocking, you leave. You hear the whistling." He trailed off, his face pale. "You don't let it follow you." I wanted to laugh, to tell them they were being ridiculous, but the terror in their eyes stopped me. That night I packed my bags. I told myself I was leaving in the morning, heading back home, finding work anywhere else. But sleep wouldn't come. Around 2 a.m. I heard something outside my window, faint, distant at first. A whistle, low and steady, just like in the woods. I didn't look. I couldn't. I pulled the covers over my head like a kid, every muscle in my body rigid, and prayed for the sun to rise. When morning finally came, I didn't wait. I tossed my bags in the truck and drove until my phone bars came back, until the mountains were just a blur in my rearview mirror. I never went back. Never called the crew. But sometimes when the night is quiet and the wind cuts just right, I swear I can still hear that faint, hollow whistle threading through the dark. Story the end. It started with the road. I had been driving through the mountains for nearly 6 hours, winding my way deeper into the Appalachians, far past the tourist stops and gift shops, hillbilly this and mountain life that. The asphalt gave way to cracked county roads, then to gravel, then to something that didn't feel much like a road at all. By the time I hit a stretch where the tree canopy swallowed the light and my GPS lost its signal, I knew I'd gone farther than I should have. I wasn't even sure why I kept driving. Maybe it was stubbornness. Maybe it was that strange pull, the kind you get when you're somewhere foreign, but it feels like it remembers you, even if you don't remember it. The plan had been simple. A week alone. A cabin. No cell service, no work emails, no noise. I'd rented the place from a guy named Dale, who barely spoke over the phone, then just muttered something about the directions being real simple. Just keep going past the old iron bridge, then take the dirt trail left at the burned-out store. When I finally found the cabin, I almost laughed. It wasn't really a cabin, not the kind you see on postcards. It was a shack, leaning slightly, roof covered in leaves, and the steps sagged like they couldn't hold my weight. But I was tired and didn't care. Inside, the air was stale and damp. There was an old wood stove, a rickety table with one chair and a single bed pushed up against the wall. A narrow window above the bed looked out onto the woods. The forest pressed close on all sides, dense and dark, the trees so tall and knotted together that even midday sunlight barely cut through. I unpacked. I lit the old kerosene lanterns Dale said still worked. And by the time night fell, I was sitting on the porch with a beer, listening to the kind of silence you only hear in places that people don't live in anymore. It wasn't the good kind of silence, though. It was heavy, thick, like the woods were holding their breath. The first night, I heard the knocking. It came around midnight, soft but sharp, 3 taps evenly spaced against the wood of the cabin wall. I froze, beer halfway to my lips, ears straining. At first, I told myself it was just an animal. Branches snapping, a raccoon, or maybe some loose siding. But when it came again, 3 taps, this time against the window by the bed, it was harder to explain. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I swore I heard something moving outside. Leaves crunching. The faintest sound of feet circling the cabin. The next morning, I hiked down the narrow dirt path I'd driven in on to find some cell service, just to let someone know I'd arrived, but there was nothing. I wandered for an hour, but the bars never came back. The woods seemed endless, the trail curling back on itself. By the time I returned, the sun was sinking behind the ridge, and I found something odd near the steps, a small stack of stones, maybe 6 of them, perfectly balanced into a little tower. I didn't think much of it at first. People built those sometimes, right? For hiking markers or whatever. But by the second night, I couldn't explain away what I heard. The tapping started earlier this time, just after sunset, always in 3s. Knock, 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 sometimes on the wall by the kitchen, sometimes on the glass of the one small window. I tried to convince myself I was being paranoid. The mountains had a way of playing tricks on you. The sounds of the woods could travel strangely, echoing and distorting until you swore something was right outside when it was miles away. Then around midnight, I heard it. A voice. Not loud, not clear. Just a low hum, like someone singing an old song with words I couldn't make out. It drifted through the trees, soft and slow. And for a moment, I sat frozen on the bed, staring at that window, because I could swear the sound was getting closer. When I finally worked up the nerve to peek outside, there was nothing but blackness. The lantern light didn't reach beyond the porch, and the woods seemed endless. By dawn, I decided I'd had enough. I started packing, ready to leave. But when I stepped out onto the porch, I froze. There were more stone piles, 5 of them this time, perfectly balanced, circling the cabin like they'd grown up overnight. I didn't even bother to unpack the rest. I shoved everything into my duffel, ran to the truck, and tried to start the engine. It didn't turn over. Not the first time, not the second, not the 10th. Just that sickening click, click, click of a dead battery. I sat there for a long time, trying not to panic, telling myself I'd just wait until morning and hike down to find someone. But when night fell, the woods came alive. The tapping wasn't just on the walls anymore. It was on the truck, on the roof, on the hood. Soft, deliberate knocks, and then the singing started again. Louder this time. Closer. The same low, humming melody, broken by long pauses, like whoever was out there was waiting for me to answer. I sat in the cab all night, clutching the little hatchet I'd brought for firewood, staring out into the dark. At some point, I must have drifted off because when I woke, the sun was just coming up and there were muddy footprints on the porch. Bare feet. Small, almost childlike. Leading from the woods to the cabin, then back into the trees. I didn't eat. I didn't drink. I just started walking. The dirt path twisted deeper into the woods, and more than once, I thought I saw someone moving ahead of me, just a shape, slipping between the trees, gone when I blinked. By midday, I realized I wasn't following the road anymore. The trail had faded, or maybe I just stopped paying attention. The forest all looked the same. That was when I heard it again, the humming. Clearer now. Coming from somewhere ahead, drifting through the trees like a lure. I don't know why I followed it. Maybe I thought it was someone who could help. Maybe I just wanted to believe I wasn't alone out there. The sound led me to a clearing. In the center stood an old foundation, just the crumbling stone outline of what might have been a house 100 years ago. Moss covered everything. And in the middle, half buried in dirt and roots, was a small wooden cross. That's when I saw the stones. Dozens of them. Neat little piles scattered all around the clearing, like some kind of ritual. And when I turned to leave, I froze. Someone was standing at the tree line, tall, thin, too still. I couldn't see their face, just the shape of them, a silhouette pale against the shadows, their head tilted slightly like they were studying me. Then, in that same soft voice, they started humming. I ran. I don't remember the trail back, just branches slapping my face, my legs burning, my chest tight. When I finally saw the cabin again, it was nearly dark. The stone piles were gone. Every last one of them. That night, I didn't sleep. The tapping never stopped. The humming never stopped. Sometimes it was right outside the door. Sometimes it was behind the window. Sometimes it was inside my head. By morning, I was shaking so bad I could barely hold the truck keys. But somehow, by some miracle, the engine turned over. I didn't look back as I drove. I don't remember much of that drive out. Just that when I finally hit asphalt again, I kept going until I found a gas station with a flickering sign and a payphone. The man who answered at the county sheriff's office didn't sound surprised when I told him where I'd been. He just asked if I'd seen anyone. When I said no, he went quiet for a long time before muttering, "Best you don't go back up there. Some places don't like to be bothered." I left the mountains that day. I never went back. But sometimes at night, when the house is quiet, I still hear it, 3 soft knocks and that low, humming voice somewhere out in the dark. Story, the end.